Do you want to be a part of the CoCo community? Sure, we all do. So join this free weekly live talk show to find out how easy it is to watch at home and learn about your color computer. At the CoCoNation, more than 9 million men and women have participated in the community without setting foot outside their homes. And now at home in your spare time, you can see what's happening, or even join the discussion. Choose from any one of these segments: panel intros, project updates, acquisitions, CoCo thoughts, featured interviews and events, the Game On Challenge, news, Ron's Garage, CoCo commercials, show coverage, panel goodbyes, or you can join one of our extra shows. You can choose from the Game On Challenge Live or CoCo Tech. Join the CoCoNation right now.
Click the link for the free information TJB Chris spoke about. Then decide if you want to watch the CoCoNation Live Show, the world's leading live weekly talk show featuring the Tandy color computer, its siblings, cousins, and red-headed stepchildren. Visit thecoconation.com. There is no obligation, and no salesman will visit you. Visit thecoconation.com.
The CoCoNation show is an unscripted, live, and interactive broadcast. Anything can and will happen. The views and opinions expressed by members of the panel and the live audience are their own, and not necessarily those of the CoCoNation show, its sponsors, affiliates, or subsidiaries. Open minds are encouraged, and a sense of humor is recommended. Thank you for being a part of the CoCoNation.
Radio Shack? Okay.
What?
The 80s called.
Welcome to the CoCoNation, the world's first live and interactive talk show featuring the Tandy color computer and its hardware cousins.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the CoCoNation show, episode 430. Let's see what we got on tap this weekend. Lots of talk about the CoCo. And
As
a
usual.
walkthrough of VCF Midwest.
Correct.
All right, on the panel today, we've got Frederic, micro hobbyist,
Hello.
and Special Agent Ron Deluxe,
Welcome to the CoCoNation.
and Marco,
Hey there. Glad to be here today.
and Mark B, the button pusher. And new to us this week, we got L Curtis Boyle.
I'm so excited to be on the show.
I remember him.
Yeah, Rickuland.
I'm not supposed to be here, but I loaded the car. So, hi, folks.
We'll get a full explanation of this a little bit later.
And Wingnut.
Good afternoon. Hello.
Let's see. Next over, we got Kevin Holloway.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
And on the bottom row, we got Brian Weasler.
Hello all, welcome to the show.
And Ken Waters.
Hello, everybody.
And in the chat, which is popping pretty good already, we got Brian Blake, Wayne Campbell, Michael Zwiffel, Julian Brown, Sixie, Exile in Paradise, Jim Rye, Peter Willer, David Lord, Wayne Campbell, again, 8 Bits in the Basement, Tom Eric Gunderson, Mikey, N61L, Chris Dries, La Coco Stragentiato, and that catches us up on the chat. Good one, Brian. It was nice to see a new face in Curtis. Seems like years now.
Yeah, it's like Exile in Paradise up above said, tell us about your life, Curtis, because, I'm new to the show and all, so.
Right?
Okay.
And Amigo Aaron goes, handsome group or time for new glasses. I think it's the latter.
Definitely time for new glasses.
Let's see. First up, we got project updates. So I need to turn that off, turn that on. There we go. All right. First up, Rick, I guess.
Oh, no. The stream deck is dead.
Unplug, replug.
Right. What do I do now? I need to
Is it
change
made by
screens.
Ford? Just kidding.
OBS, click. Scene, change. No, not that one. That one. Oh, cool. That helps. Close the wrong screen. Close the wrong screen.
Oh, you just closed the Zoom.
I'm looking for this because I wanted to explain what I've been working on. My supposedly SIP Tandy project that may be done in September is my truck game, which is going to be multiplayer, single player, all this other stuff.
Well, just don't know what year.
Right. Oh yeah, it could be some SIP Tandy. We don't know. Anyway, I've been working on the fun stuff. So here we are making up some new subsystems and how they're going to work, and the boring stuff. So here we are going through the box and clicking each one in turn. And because I'm actually building this on a CoCo, you can't do one fix at a time. You need to sort of add up a bunch of fixes and then go into the edit mode and edit a bunch of things. So anyway, to explain what I'm doing, this looks remarkably like a regular sort of trick that everyone's seen
where you've got quadrants and you warp around and so forth. But that's just a skin for my game engine here. In any case, what we've got is the quadrant you're in, the things that are around you that you might want to shoot at, the quadrants that are near you that you probably don't want to shoot at, but might not want to announce yourself to, because then they will shoot at you, and how your ship is or yourself are doing. Let's see, I had a talk, but we're abandoning it now. The part you can't see is all of those things in the little short screen have contents that you might mine or trade for or so forth. Here's a screen kind of showing that stuff scattered across the nearby neighborhood. Let's see, I really should have written this better. This was actually for next week, but I'm here this week.
So are you using cursor control, or is this just all terminal?
No, this is all just straight terminal. You'll notice each screen just streams from the next one. This is so it can run on any kind of single board 6809 that runs OS9.
Right.
You don't need any kind of
cursor positioning. Yep.
No, not even cursor position. Exactly. And in fact, I'm going to have a really nice article on how to do this in BASIC. For example, print using is actually useful if you don't have cursor commands.
So you could run this on a teletype terminal then.
Yeah,
oh, sorry,
exactly.
Mark.
Yeah,
exactly.
so I'm going to say they run a teletype.
And using kind of esoteric commands like print using, you can build the string so that, like this whole column stuff here. Yeah. That's not done with cursor commands or adding blanks or anything. That's saying print using, you know,
spaces.
2 digits for an integer,
string 6 and 2 spaces, and
string. Yeah, that's what does all of this. The strings are this big and that size. Let's see, and then to show how the game works more, it's a turn-based game, but it's going to be multiplayer online, so you can't just have everyone do turns in order. So what it does is every round, people take turns in a random order. So you'll notice the end of the first round up here, and then we start a new round in a completely different order. And in this case, we kind of caught the bad end of the stick because we're 7th in 8 players. So everyone else got to do their turn before us. But maybe the next round will be different.
Basically, you have an initiative role.
And yet, I hate to say it, but this is a token ring game. So each player generates a token that includes the next unplayed player, who then does their turn. It's complicated. We'll get into why.
Yeah, I want to know how you do token recovery when somebody dies. That's the crux there.
They become an AI person.
Okay.
This game, its single user is 1 human and 7 AIs. That's the one that's coming out for September. And then all of the additional work is creating the universe separately of the main program to buy enough room to run the networking interface. So, you know, we really fell off into a rabbit hole here. Let's see, what else have I got? I don't know why that's here. Oh, that's nothing. So anyway, that's kind of the long and short of it. I'm coming up with trick with mineable assets and things you can steal or trade from other players. So there will be, you know, at least 1 human, maybe all humans. In any case, I want to get the little one out and kind of get some gameplay, you know, knowledge built up before we get to
echo the multiplayer online.
Right. The idea being that trick is just a skin. The basic for instance, the basic hardware will do things like move you from quadrant to quadrant, but that's all it does. And then the customization for trick would be, okay, well, if you hit something, you crash and this happens, or, you know, you have to mine this, that, or the other thing. So basically, I want to make a multiplayer framework that you can kind of apply your own game to. So this could be a room, not a quadrant, and you're walking around the room investigating things, and maybe there's a rule that lets you go to the next room. I'll write this up in a lot more detail so it makes more sense, but for the moment,
one thing about having a skin, you could actually have different front ends for it, so you could actually tailor the interface for the app.
And
hardware
in
you're
fact,
on.
let me give you some zoom.
Yeah, you have like
section
color
again.
support or an alternate font if you're running on a graphic
Yep.
screen or something.
And go to video capture, and then we'll do. Oh, my CoCo. So at the end of it, you'll see a lot of the personalization is data statements. What are things called? And so forth. But there's the same thing at the start. I won't keep jumping back and forth to show it all, but exactly, you change a bit at the beginning and a bit at the end, and you have a completely different game. And then throughout the game, you'll change various, if this happens, then that happens statements to affect, add to what the basic, core accomplishes. So the basic game is boring as hell. You just kind of fly around. It goes exactly as far as you thought. Nothing
Basic
ever
09, eh?
changes, and no one ever dies. You need to add all that to create your own game out of what's going on. And anyway, that's what I've been working on. I've about got the single player game running, so I just wanted to bring it up. I would probably have been done if I hadn't been on this week, but I am.
So you have the AIs working on the single player game, the 7 of
They're
them.
kind of Pac-Man AI, where
Mhm.
some of them chase you and some of them run away from you. It's just simple, but yeah, there's. I basically, the single player has all of the guts of the multiplayer in it,
Oh, yeah.
including passing tokens around and the whole bit. It's just it's all being done on one machine.
Right. And then as players join, you idle an AI and somebody takes their slot.
Exactly. And if they die, they become an AI, which will be kind of a don't attack me because I'm a bad AI kind of thing until they rejoin and take over their own,
Do you have any
self-identity.
plans later on taking it once the online versions of making it even a real time one?
Well, we're kind of, let's see, how do I put that? It's the whole idea behind the whole random turns within a round of a turn-based game was to make up for the speed of connection, so to speak. So, although it's actually a turn-based game because turns come in random order, you don't know where you are in the sequence, and you have to just assume it's real time. You can't tell if you're the last one in the turn or the first one in the turn. You just got to assume this is the situation right now, and that's what I'm working with.
Okay.
And that allows me to not exchange the entire game status every turn. You can just exchange the change info. Every player can apply those changes, and if they come up with the same results, we're all good, and we just roll.
Does it time out? So if one of the players, so real players, doesn't respond in a timely manner, that it then moves on to the next player?
Well, that's my plan. That's why you just become an AI for a turn or two, and
Right.
you will, I'm thinking that status of AI will just be the invincible, do nothing kind of guy who hovers there.
You could
waiting.
abstract it further and make each of the players actually interface with an AI, and the AI is always playing the game. And then if they have input, then the AI
We're
follows
running
that.
out of room, boys and girls. I'm looking at by deleting the debug section and deleting the create the galaxy section, I will have enough room to add the network connections and chat and stuff to the main game.
Have you thought about putting the server on one CoCo3 and then have your AIs on another CoCo3?
That's the idea. This is client to client.
Right.
So whichever CoCo creates the universe is the quote server unquote.
Right.
But I mean, this could go. We could do a whole hour on. We could do a whole CoCo Tech.
We should do a CoCo Tech episode on that.
Let's
actually.
do one.
Exactly, because we're passing tokens and doing things in random order and actually exchanging random numbers. So I give you 3 random numbers, and depending on what you do, you will use some number of those. But given your commands to anyone else, they can recreate what you did and get the same result because they have the same random seed that you had.
I could just see the whole thing about having a Coco 3 farm, a render farm for the game.
Right.
One task per Coco, and they just all feed everything.
Sending some signals back and forth between each of them.
Yeah.
We're trying to eliminate the problem with games where you have to exchange so much information, which is easy on a modern machine, but not so much on a Coco.
Yeah, rather than resetting the entire status, you just do updates like this player moved to here, his shot went here.
Yeah, I did a warp command on this course for that distance, and since they know what random numbers you had to execute your turn, they can recreate it.
Yep.
But that information is not useful in real time because you don't know who goes next.
Yeah. You're writing this in BASIC 09, right?
Yes.
Looks
yes,
like it.
This is my.
You should probably have Wayne and me actually come and help you with some of the optimization. We've both been going through a lot of that the last few months. So
Excellent. This is this thing has turned into two things. One, I know everything there is to know about strings now, because it's my data arrays are just arrays of characters and strings, because it makes a good way to organize bytes and handle them in BASIC 09. And also, geez, I forgot my point.
Compression, compacting, efficiency, something along that lines.
Oh, well, we had the oh, you're talking about optimizing BASIC 09, and I had a point and I completely forgot it. So
That's how it starts.
it started years ago, boys and girls. I'm just trying to stay ahead a little bit. So anyway, we will continue to forge ahead, and hopefully if I take enough of these paper notes, I can stay ahead of my ever decreasing short-term memory and get this thing done.
But you're right. We should do a CoCo Tech episode once, to explain,
Yes.
It could be partly like how to write a game for multiplayer. It could be just the networking stuff. There's a whole bunch of topics we could do there.
I uncovered a bunch of topics that I wasn't really looking to uncover when I got there. I will do, what was it called? STT1 or something? The old truck game from a million years ago. But then, features crept in and more features crept in. And we added mining and trading.
What are you talking about?
Talking to other players.
Features.
Hey, Rick, I've been thinking about doing this sort of stuff like for 40 years now. So we'll have a talk offline about this. So anyway.
Cool. Anyway, I've still got 4K left in my basic edit space before I start deleting all the stuff that doesn't need to be in a single player,
You can always optimize into assembler.
Plus, I get rid of all the debug stuff. I get rid of all of the creating
Plus, you can
universe
pack it and
stuff.
get another 8K back.
Pack
too, so.
it, yeah. We'll have a lot of room.
Mark's
just-
right. Assembler.
Well, he's right, but I'm not a good assembler, and I can
But
slice
we know
strings
people.
in BASIC all day long. So
Rick, we know people.
I tend to write it that way, and then we can
Yeah, it's a proof of
extract out
concept.
bits of it.
Yeah, exactly.
Cool.
Anyway, I have done a lot of stuff from the first early.
Rick, David Lord wants to know what network media you're planning on using. CoCo.io, of course.
Well, CoCo.io will be one. Serial. I mean, the idea is reducing the amount of damage, the damage that's done by exchanging data. So you could use any interface.
Each
so to speak.
client has to run basically their own game space and just synchronize the movements.
And you just, I get this movement. And so, each turn, the previous player passes out 3 random numbers in the token. Somebody owns that number of the token. So they will use them 3 random numbers to do whatever they want to do, tell everyone else what they did, and they should be able to recreate that exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Now, they didn't know that information until the turn was actually made, so that keeps everyone sort of on the same playing field.
I like the idea. You're basically using the random number as a hash type of thing to help.
Exactly. Yeah. Feed the same seed and you're going to get the same number at the other end.
It's like
if you do
the
same
dungeon
operation.
map generation in Daggerwrath. That just uses a seed too, and you run through the one algorithm that creates all 5 levels exactly the same every time. So you don't have to have all the code or the data to do the actual map. You just set it to the algorithm.
The
It creates
point
it.
being, until you know what the command is, you won't know how that seed is reduced, so you won't know what to do with it. So it's not revealing anything.
Yeah.
So yeah, token 4 got these 3 random numbers. Okay. I don't know what to do with those seeds. I don't know if they're going to be by 63, if they're going to be by 12, they're going to be by 3. You know. So you won't know until he says, "Oh, I did this with those 3 numbers." Then you can go through your program can copy or whatever can figure out. Okay, now they make sense, and this is what happened. And does that match? Do our maps still match at the end of the turn? Yes, the CRCs match. We don't need to exchange maps. We can move on. And that keeps the communication down to bytes per turn rather than kilobytes per turn.
I like your thinking. I learned something here.
So if it all works, it's a great thing. Otherwise, it's the start to the next great thing.
Yeah, and like I said, if you need some help compressing the code somewhat there, I already saw a few optimizations from the screenshots you were showing I could think of. So Wayne and I can definitely help with that.
Excellent. Okay.
Okay.
Anyway, hopefully we'll have something to play next week, and then we can really nuke it.
Okay. Well,
who's up next, Mark?
We still got 2 weeks left of September.
Right,
Yep.
right. So I get next week to release it, and the week after to fix it.
All right. Next up, Frederic.
I do. Oh,
Did you say you had a project update today?
Well, I'm just simply, as you can see, working on my second episode, doing the diagram. I'm going to be doing a logic analyzer from an Arduino Mega. Hey, I pronounced it. I don't know if you saw the bloopers, but
The bloopers,
Arduino.
Arduino.
Okay.
Yes, I'm going to. It's going to do like the next version of the NOP test, but all virtually on the Arduino. But it's going to be useful for when I do the programmable logic devices, which is going to be like a group of them to make the whole thing work. And I can't. A lot of people do single board computers and they just like pop in things and easy it works. But me, no, I had to complicate my life and.
Life don't work that way.
Because I'm going to have a variable software selectable clock speed. So that has to be put into account. I'm going to have a shadow copy circuit, which is going to deactivate the ROM once everything is copied over. There's a lot of little things that I put in there, and I can't just simply, I'll just put it up after. No, it has to be done before, and that's going to be the tricky part, and that's why I need the Arduino. And it's going to be a fun experience as we go along in the episodes.
Cool. And I know you've got an episode you just released this past week. I'll be mentioning the names too. So
yeah, it's my ugly mug is there for a bit too long, but the next episodes will be more bench cam and code on screen than my.
See, that was my secret sauce this last month here. I just took my ugly mug right the heck off the show here, so people didn't have to deal with it. So.
But one thing, though, I do have to mention is that the first episode 1, which is the second thing, because 0 is a number, so I had to have an episode 0. But the first time I recorded it, I had set OBS to, and I didn't notice until too late, I had set OBS for streaming priority, but I recorded and all the audio was out of sync. So I said, for crying out loud. It wasn't a constant. I could have
just blame it on the Google French to English live translator that you were using.
So I had to redo it. But actually, the second time around, I recorded everything with all my mistakes. It took a long time. And I started to edit, and I was looking at it. Oh my God, I didn't shave. I started to grow my beard. My hair was, it's disgusting. So I redid it a third time. That's why I'm slightly better on camera now than I was before, because the episode 0 was terrible, right? It was like first time on a prompter, and I was nervous as hell, and I was like very serious looking, and
Hey, you're doing better than us. We're 300 plus episodes in, and we still haven't quite figured out the whole thing yet. So
yeah,
not even close.
I'm still working on episode 0.
Hey, Frederic, Mikey wants to know, how do you say Arduino in Canadian French?
Arduino.
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 La
should be-
Arduino.
It should be pretty much the same since it's a proper name.
Yeah.
Yeah.
it is.
It's
Yeah.
also, yeah, it's Italian though into English.
But
into-
I will
into
say
English.
when I go to the store and pick it up, je veux un Arduino. I say it in English basically, but I just the whole thing is the rest is in French.
Framed in French, yes.
Yeah, it's Fringlish.
English.
Okay.
Cool. Well, we'll cover. I'll ask you some questions about the video, the second
Sure.
episode, episode
Yeah.
1, when we get to it.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. Brian, do you have anything today?
Yeah, a couple quick things here. Well, one I hope will be kind of quick, but I kind of hoping Curtis will be on today because I want his input on it. So,
Oh, yeah.
So let's see here. Let me switch cameras here.
That's right. Holdover from last week, right?
Yeah. Yep. Well, I'm going to show one thing and then I'll go to that thing there here in a second. So,
Okay.
Okay.
Just ask quickly before we get any further. Is Brian the last person that has updates? Because I'm just going to let Paul know roughly when to pop in with the CF stuff.
As far as I know, anybody?
Going once, going twice. Okay.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. I just had one's a copy, but this is an original one. I don't know how popular it was. This was the Australian OS9 newsletter. And
Is that the one Nick wrote?
Yeah, I actually looked through it. I didn't see Nick's
I'm
mentioned anywhere. Nick didn't do any contributions to this for
I'm sure
Do
he
you have the
avoided
entire run or
LRTech.
just a few issues? Because Nick did contribute a few things to it.
Oh, did he? Excellent. Okay.
Yeah. Like reviewing Rogue and stuff.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was trying to look here. I thought I saw the so this says volume 6, number 11. So there was at least what's this one here? This is volume 8 on it. So they at least had 8 volumes. This is a copy. So but yeah, no, I just happened to have come across a copy of that one, and then this was just a copy of it there. So, but
Yeah, I think some of these are on the archive too, if I remember correctly.
yeah, I was gonna go look and see there to see if some of them were out there. But
you can
yeah,
see
it's
some
kind of-
people that were quite popular in the CoCo community, especially with OS9 stuff like Bob DeVries and stuff.
Okay. Yeah, I was kind of hoping maybe Nick might join us here, and maybe he might recall how long this went. But anyway, there's that.
We can see if those phone numbers still work.
Right. Right. And then real quickly here too, I know we've all seen those, but I also had some of the these are really kind of, you can see the edges here are just falling apart on them. Some of the first rainbows here, volume 1, number 1. Whoops, out of camera there. Volume number 1 and some of the other earlier episodes before they got to the glossy magazine of the rainbow. So
Volume 4, now with color, yellow.
now with color, right?
Yeah, that's the original number 1, not the recreation that Rainbow published.
Okay.
Yep.
All
Yeah.
right.
Along comes with the custom stain on it too as well there. So but,
Got to be coffee.
Exactly.
It probably is
Jolt.
coffee. Yeah, exactly right.
Or as I like to say, Croffy. You'll get
Croffy?
if you ever see episode 0, you'll get it.
Right. Okay. Well, then here's the main thing here. I'll go quickly here because I know we'll probably spend quite a bit of time with Paul there. Sounds like there's gonna be lots to see. I posted on Facebook, so some of you might know what this is if you saw the Facebook post, but I'm kind of curious to see if anybody that didn't see the Facebook post knows what this is.
I think I know what it is.
It's a printer splitter. I don't know.
I don't know. Parallel and serial ports.
Yep, there is a parallel port on the side.
It's the name of the product is actually the same name that Mark Marlette was going to use later on for a project I don't think he ever fully completed.
Okay. And we have
If
two
that's a
serial
clue.
ports.
Two serial ports.
And
a parallel port.
connector on there. Yep. So there was a company out there. There was a company out there called what was it? LTR or LT. I'm sorry. Is it LT? Let me hold on here. I got it. Where'd it go? I just had it in my hand here. LR. Sorry. I had the T there.
LRTech, right?
Like LRTech. There we go. I had the T stuck in my head there. Sorry. Yeah, LRTech. And they made this thing, and it was called the superboard. And let me pop the cover here.
2 batteries.
2 batteries. Yes.
Whoa.
Let's see, let me.
Was actually you have 2 different time zones for real-time clocks?
Right. Let's see here. Let me see if I can.
It might have some like static RAM on it.
So here are the here's the 6850s. These would be your 2 serial
Mm-hmm.
serial
Yep,
chips for the
Motorola
serial
based.
port there. Yep. And I can't quite focus my eyes on this, but I'm assuming this handful here has a little bit to do with probably the parallel port.
Probably
And
a
then
PIA or something, maybe?
Yeah, for the parallel port. And then, yeah, there is 2 batteries on here to support the real-time clock and everything. You can see here it says superboard, component side, LRTech right here. So, but it was just a nice metal case. This here was one of the items that I received from James Jones when I got the AT306. He had this in his group of stuff there. And so
how does this fit in the MPI, by the way?
It would fit down in like this, and there's a little, he put a little note on here that says this side to the back of the multi-pack, so that way you get the orientation right. So when it's I guess if you were facing it, this would be CoCo would be over here, your MPI would be right here, and this would be off to your right, and these would be up and these would be up from the top there. So yep. These would be pointed up. These would be pointed to the right of the MPI.
And the LRTech actually advertised you could actually put 2 of these into the multi-pack at once, so you could have 4 serial ports and 2 parallel ports.
Okay, that makes sense. I missed that part. I was looking at some of their ads in the Rainbow, and they talked about with their memory expansion, which was a 512K memory expansion that they had, and I think it was part of OWL. You see them with their
OWL
OWL
sold it, I think.
Yep, with their advertisements there. They said with their memory expansion, you could support up to 5 terminals in OS 9. And I'm thinking, okay, where am I getting the 5? And I'm thinking, okay, here's 2. But to your point, Curtis, if you could put 2 of these in, then you'd have 1, 2, 3, 4, and then what the 4th would be through the serial of the CoCo itself.
Could be.
Yeah, either that or they would count the CoCo3 terminal, like the windowing system, as its own terminal.
As its own terminal. Okay.
So did this claim to have a printer buffer as well as just a printer interface?
Well, let's see here. Let me.
That might be that other battery.
It might be. Let's see here.
Be SRAM, yeah.
Let me do.
So Curtis, there was 6850 drivers in OS 9 for this.
Yeah, but actually, if you have those, I think Frederic might be very interested in them. If you have the drivers that came with it, Brian.
Yeah. Let me share that. Well, let me. I'll jump to that point right now. So James and I were talking back and forth. He had a zip drive, and he had to go through a whole rediscovery process of getting his zip drive to work, and then extracting the file off the zip drive. And then he used Tool Shed. I think he used a tool in there to create a disk image. I haven't had a chance to upload it to the archive, but he also, and when I'm sharing, is my share coming through here?
Yeah.
Yep. He also recovered his scanned copy of the manual. So let me go through here. What's that? Yep, I will. I will upload that. So I just did some quick little highlights in here of what it was talking about. So it says the board contains the RS-232 serial ports and parallel port, real-time clock. The RS-232 supports DTR, CTS, and DCD, and baud rates adjustable from 300 to 19.2 kilobytes. And the parallel port's full Centronics.
And real-time clock I mentioned too.
Yep. If you see anything jumps out, I just did some quick little highlights here just to make it a little bit easier. But if you see something, catch me here.
It didn't say which model are in real-time clock, though, did it?
No, it did not. I don't believe it did. It talks about inside of OS 9, the drivers there, the descriptors, if I'm saying that right, Curtis. It'll give you a T1 and a T2.
Yeah, I scripted for each of the 2 ports.
And then modems 1 and 2. And you can also get 2 printers if you're using serial printers, so P1 and P2. And then terminal super driver descriptor for the device, the dash term to allow booting up on a terminal. And,
okay, so they made a version of /term, which is the default for your default window with 32 colon, whatever. They made one of those specifically linked to one of the RS-232 ports. When you boot it up, it would boot up OS 9, splash screen, and typing everything else on a terminal on one of those serial ports.
Oh, okay. I don't think I highlighted anything else, but I can kind of scroll through here a little bit here. If there's something that maybe jumps out at you guys as your eyes goes over it here, but
So yeah,
long as
if he has a disc with these original drivers, that'll really help Frederic.
Yeah.
Yep. He has it's going to be the OS 9 drivers. There's no support for this in BASIC, from what I understand. This would just be an OS 9 supported device. Oh, this just talks about some possible configurations. That's why I highlighted this. It just said, here's one configuration where you could have one remote terminal, T1, and 2 printers on the serial ports and 1 parallel. Another configuration would be 2 remote terminals or modems, automatically logging off, carrier detect. I just thought it was kind of interesting. They gave some different scenarios of how you could use this here. You probably recognize some of these commands down here: the hboot, clock, init, IOman, piper, pipe.
Yes, pipe manager.
Okay, so this just talks about the hardware installation in order to use this board to the fullest potential. Looking to see if there's anything here that kind of jumps out, but no, I just highlighted a quick few things here before the show, just so we had something to talk about with it. But no, the manual seems to be pretty complete, and then we got the drivers. Talks about the baud rates down here.
That's device descriptor things you can change if you want different stop bits.
Okay. This is the stuff that would be in the descriptor then. Okay.
Yeah, you'd X mode or T mode it to whatever you need, or save it into the boot file so it comes up the way you want.
Hardware description. So it talks about where the addressing is here for the serial ports, the parallel port.
There's your real-time clock. So it's a 07 or U76318. Is that what must be on their circuit board?
This says U7 or U6-7705.
No, but there's
that's the power down circuit though.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I went too far here. Real-time clock chip U7-6818. Address coding.
6818.
Yeah, 6818. I don't know. I'm not familiar with that one off the top of my head.
It doesn't.
Are you Frederic?
What's that?
Are you Frederic? I haven't heard of that one.
No, I haven't. I'm surprised. I pretty much researched all the 6800 parts, and the 18 doesn't ring a bell.
I like the fact that it's saying here the 2 batteries are actually so that once one battery goes dead, it switches over to the second one. You just swap the other one out live, and you never lose the time.
Oh, there you go.
And it says the battery chip has 50 bytes of RAM, so that sounds similar to the one the Eliminator had, because that had 50 bytes that you could use for things too.
Oh, that's because it's not a Motorola. It's a Allegro Microsystems part. No, that's a wrong one. Sorry.
They do have it listed as an MC146818 real-time clock plus RAM.
I wonder if that's the same one the Eliminator used, because I know it had a 50 bytes of RAM, because Bruce I said told me and Bill about that when we were writing the second version of the drivers.
Yeah, there is a Motorola part with that number.
Yeah, there is. MCC. Oh no, wait a minute.
And this way you'd have drivers for that particular clock module ready to go too. So
right, Motorola would give them to you. MC146818.
I think that is the Eliminator one. I'd have to go find the Eliminator manual again. That's should be on the archive if anyone wants to look it up.
Huh.
Anyway, I was trying to look on the board to see if there's one chip that has a label over the top of it. That might be that real-time clock chip. Everything else looks like TTL stuff. So
no, if you have something that's an MC146818 or anything 6818, that's a clock.
There you go.
Who knew?
Who knew? Not sure there's anything else we want to look here in the manual. I just wanted to kind of share a few things there about it. But yes, I will get these uploaded to the archive here since I already have everything in digital form. I don't have to scan anything.
Oh yeah. How come I missed that? Well, it's going to be real hard to get that part, I guess, if we want
the clock. Yeah, probably. I wouldn't worry about the clock, Frederic, but the drivers for the 6850, I think you could definitely use.
Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely.
This is interesting because the source that I found has Hitachi, Samsung, Motorola, and VLSI, as well as an unknown source, all with different prefixes, but generally 6818 in the number somewhere. That's interesting. Yeah, I never heard of it.
And then along with this, in one of the ads, I couldn't find it again, but in one of the ads, it also talks about pairing up with their controller. And so they also made a controller that he had in it as well. and it's basically it's a 50 pin here, so it's a SCSI controller.
Or
and like a
SASI,
lot of
maybe.
a SASI, yep. And like a lot of the controllers, it's all just kind of pass through, and they use logic to
or address decode.
Yeah. So they also make this the controller too, and probably kind of hard to see there if I get the reflection just right though. But there's the LRT down here, and the HD1 is what it says right there. But yeah, so I just wanted something to kind of hopefully I have time to play with, because OS9 is something I want to get a little bit closer to, and just again time. But yeah, that's this. I wanted to show this here because I thought, well, for one, I wanted Curtis's input on it, and I thought he'd find it interesting, and well, you guys as well. But I wanted to have Curtis.
Yeah,
on my
this is
show.
almost like a predecessor to the Eliminator, because Frank Hoggs was also to eliminate having to use a multi-pack, so they jammed everything onto one big honking card. Real-time clock and auto boot ROMs and 2 serial ports, parallel ports, and hard drive adapter and the whole bit.
And 2 of these paired up in a multi-pack. That's something that you guys probably could have utilized at the time, couldn't you, when you guys were running the?
Nah, all of ours had 4 ports per card, so 2 just wasn't enough.
Okay, well, okay, yeah, shame on us for thinking that. So anyway, okay,
Right.
that was the first thought that came through. I was like, oh man, this is something that you could have had the multiple terminals or serial to the different printers and stuff. So okay.
Yeah, actually, as a sad aside, I'll mention this here. I don't have it in the news, but I'll mention it because it happened. Keith Alfonso, the guy that ran Alpha Software Technologies and sold the COM4 board, which is 4 RC32 boots on one card, passed away at the age of 60 suddenly. He suddenly had a heart problem, and they ended up putting him in a ventilator and stuff, and then he passed away a couple of days later. So he just passed away a week ago. That was totally unexpected. Thank God Boise and the rest actually got a chance to interview him on their show. They released it as a special episode. So, but Bill and I worked with him quite a bit back in the day, because we used to phone him, and we bought the Alpha Soft OS9 Level 2 BBS software, which had a whole bunch of good utilities for doing like multi-person chat and all that. We used it at work. We got permission from him to get the source code from him to modify it for our work environment. So it was a big thanks to Keith. But it's just really sad to hear that he passed away so suddenly, because he was literally on holidays of the week before, and he's perfectly fine. So
Yeah, and at that age too. I mean, it's
yeah,
still so.
Nice guy, though.
Oh yeah. With the size of these batteries, I wonder if the clock is still working. I don't know. No.
It might be.
Right?
Find out what James hid away in those 50 bytes of the RAM there. I'm kind of curious now.
Yeah, I was trying to, when you guys said the RAM there, I was trying to see which one of those might have been the RAM chip there.
Well, the clock chip has the 50 bytes built into the clock chip, from what I understand.
Oh, okay.
Right.
All them chips are socketed, aren't they?
Yes, sir.
That's nice.
These were manly days when you fixed your stuff.
That's right.
Yeah.
So, but anyway, yeah, that's I do have one other item, but I'll wait until next time there. I don't want to take too much more time here, because it's we're coming up on 45 minutes, and I see Paul's queued up already for us. So so right. Anybody else? Anything else anybody wants to see on this? If not, we'll I'll wrap it up here. No?
No, I think that's good. But yeah, definitely upload the documentation, and if you can get the driver's discs and stuff over to Frederic there, I'm sure he could use it for his project.
Oh yeah.
Very good.
Did that LRTech ever make a regular drive controller for a floppy?
I'm sure if they did or not. I don't know if they did.
I don't recall seeing anything in the ads. The only thing in the ads I remember seeing is would be the superboard, their controller. I saw a reference to their 512K memory upgrade, but I don't recall anything about a floppy. But not to say they didn't. But
yeah, they might have sold it through Owlware or something, because that was kind of their main distributor. And I know they sold a controller. They sold several. The SCSI one by Kenton. I think they sold it 1.2, but I can't remember. Anyway, I see Paul.
Yep.
Hey guys, can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah,
coming through.
Yes. Greetings.
Yeah, I'm outside the exhibit hall just because it's super loud in there. Just wanted to say hi to you guys real quick, and try to get things started and give you guys the experience of what it's like to walk right into the hall. It was pretty nuts earlier this morning, but I think it's died down a little bit because of lunch. People are out grabbing a bite to eat. But is there anything, before we head in, is there anything particular you guys want to see? There's a lot of cool things. It's huge, and it would probably take a long time to see everything. I don't think I've walked the floor entirely myself just yet. So If there's
stuff for
anything
sure.
anybody
Well, the
wants to
first thing
see,
I
let
would
me
just
know.
mention, if you can, like you gave me some statistics privately as to like how much square footage it's this year compared to last year, how many tables there are.
Yeah, so I got in on Thursday and I helped with setup. We were setting up tables and chairs and everything. This year they're up to 64,000 square feet. Last year was 50,000. Some of the numbers are a little bit, you're hearing different stories. Some people are saying 66, 67,000. But there's dimensions on the map. If you look at it, it's comes out just over 64,000 square feet. They can go, there's a partition wall on the far side. They can go up maybe another 30, 35,000 square feet. But they're getting to the point of reaching capacity of this place, which is incredible to see. This is by far the largest one that I've been to. The crowd this morning was just to the point of overwhelming. It was nuts in there. But it's incredible to see this kind of resurgence in the retro community. So it's a great event so far.
And I think you mentioned also there's over 500 exhibitor tables.
Over 500 tables. Yeah, that's right, Curtis. It's funny because we're going through the list, and as we're setting everything up, we had to wait for different pieces coming from different places. So the hotel had some gear, BCF folks had some gear, and then they also partnered with somebody else to bring in some additional tables and whatnot. So it's just incredible to see all these pieces come together and how much this has grown over the years.
So compared to last year, they opened up another section of that like 4-part.
That's right, Rick.
Master hall that they've got.
You'll see when I go in there. They moved the partition wall another 50 feet or so. So there's another 15,000 square feet on top of last year. So what's that? Roughly 1.5 CoCo Fest, more space.
More space.
I mean, if that puts it in perspective. So, but yeah, it's incredible. So lots of cool exhibits. But if there's anything specific you guys want me to stop at,
I assume there's a whole Tandy section again, kind of all amalgamated in one spot.
There is, but it's kind of split up a little bit. There's a general area where we've got Richard's there, Lorbieski with Poison Tech. Jason's there with CoCoMan.biz, and then also Eric Canales is right there. He's got a small table, but also in the perimeter, there's a lot of Tandy stuff. Neil from Neil's Computer Services, Neil Blanchard is here. Malcolm Ramey's here. They've got some Tandy stuff set up. There's a lot of people. Well, I shouldn't say a lot of people, but there's a few people here that have CoCo gear set up, Radio Shack in general, that I don't recognize as being members of the community, or at least not avid, active members of the community. So it's really cool to see that as well. So yeah.
Okay, well, definitely hit those. But anything else you think is of real big interest to any of us?
Yeah, I will. One of the cooler exhibits that I've seen so far this year, somebody's got an electron microscope. And some of the objects that they're taking a look at, it's really cool. So you can actually sit down at the controls and zoom in. I was with Adrian of Adrian's Digital Basement last night. We were looking at a mosquito. It was incredible. So, but I'll stop by that so we can. Hopefully they have it running, and they're not out to lunch or anything like that. But if there's anything you guys want me to stop at, just let me know. But we'll try to take a quick pass through here, and I'm not sure how much time you guys want me to go through with this. If you get exhausted, just let me know.
You're the one doing all the walking around. You'll be exhausted before we are.
Yeah, but I know you guys got a big show for today. There's a lot of content, so I don't want to take up too much time. But ready to head in?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll flip. Thank you.
Pizza,
So we're
pasta, cannoli. What'd you got?
So we're walking into the main lobby area of where the exhibit hall is. And I'm going to start all the way down at the far end where you actually go into the registration table, kind of give you guys the full effect of it. All right, so come around the corner here. They have bulletin boards set up for people that are buying and selling want ads and stuff like that. So people are just filling out information, touching base, and communicating through here. We got BCF Midwest 20th anniversary of it. So walking into the exhibit hall now.
Yeah, it's pretty full.
Let me pan down. There we go.
Oh wow, look at that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's incredible. So what we'll do is I'll walk over to the Tandy side so we can show Jason's exhibit and Richard Lorbiewski, Eric Canales.
Yeah, because Richard
Jim
actually has
Rainey.
a new product announcement that he just posted some photos of this morning.
Jim Rain is here, but he's with the Commodore people.
Oh, then don't
Trader.
talk to him at all. No, I'm just kidding.
You got Molotov cocktails there for that section?
Yeah.
Sorry. Wait a minute. I'm a Commodore person too.
Yeah, my first computer was a Commodore 64.
I have a couple of those.
Lots of Atari stuff. Lots of Apple, lots of Commodore.
Of course, there's lots of
Yeah.
Apple.
Did you see Sloopy?
Sloopy is here. He was having some technical issues earlier.
Did you give him a hammer?
Ooh.
There's CoCoMan.
Yeah, it's Jason.
They're having power issues right now. We were trying to sort it out earlier.
Well, some of that big iron I see over there, I'm not surprised.
Say hello to the CoCoNation.
Hello, CoCoNation.
Hey,
Hey!
I got a Diet Coke. I don't have my Diet Dr. Pepper. I don't know what's happened here.
I don't know if you guys
Tragedy,
can hear him.
tragedy.
Yeah.
Must be related to the power failure.
And right next to him is Richard Lorbiewski from Boys and Tech. So
He's got his beard
live.
back.
We're still without power.
Yeah, I let them know. Richard, Curtis was saying earlier that you have a new product that you were releasing.
Yeah, actually, well, it's rising beta stage. This is it right here. This is that one was filming. And this doesn't have the legs on it, but you can actually attach these like so. Because things break off. You don't really have a problem with other others that have. These things come off and you can just replace them. But this surface mount, this is actually a PLTP. It's this actual Hitachi processor. They did sell this.
So that's the 6309
In the
Right
PLCC
on.
packaging. Yeah.
dashboard. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not going to be soldered on it. It's going to be a socket, but the surface socket runs that. You need to have the, and I didn't really want to use this for a so when these pictures come out, it'll be inside.
Can you guys hear him okay?
Can you hear me?
It was
It's,
a bit difficult.
it's a bit distorted with all the background noise, but caught pieces of it.
Okay, fair enough.
But I've got
Definitely
his
a little bit.
post I can read out later when we go to the news with some nice clean pictures of it too. Does he have an idea on the price and availability of it though? That's one thing I wanted to ask.
So
I'm getting rid of the connectors. This thing right here also has the disable switches now, slide switches to just to jump.
So Curtis's question was, do you have a price yet in availability?
I don't know yet. Availability, I'm looking at Thanksgiving still or Christmas. The other problem, I don't want to do a price. I'm not trying to be secretive. There's just so much uncertainty about tariffs and stuff. I don't want to set a price, and then all of a sudden, tariffs go 300%.
Yeah.
Like have to change the prices.
Yeah. Did you guys get that?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So basically, there's some instability with pricing right now, so he's not gonna venture a guess just yet.
Yeah, I just don't. Yeah, but it really a really good price. This particular board here, it's a 6-player board as well.
Okay.
And this has over 208 vias built in.
Wow.
I mean,
That's some
it's a
density.
really
Yeah.
compact, high density.
Yep. Very cool. So if you guys didn't pick up on that, it's a 6-layer board with 208 vias on it. So it's a highly dense board.
Yeah, it also has everything.
All surface mount.
Yeah, for those who remember the Disto DAT board upgrade, it was this whole little satellite board you had to solder on top of the CPU. This basically fits in the CPU socket.
Gotcha. Actual Hitachi HD 6309. Very cool.
Oh,
Well, thank you.
excellent.
All right. Jason, did you have anything?
Well, right now with the power outage, I'm kind of my experience of Amish computing.
Amish computing. That's a soldering iron that's even safe enough for Curtis to handle.
Yeah, there you go. That's my kind of soldering
The
iron.
power's back on.
Agent Deluxe here. Is there any MC10?
I haven't seen an MC10 yet. I have one. Jason has one. I think I saw an Alice someplace, but there he goes.
There you go. All right.
There.
Fantastic.
MC10 comment or content requirement has been met.
Fantastic. All right. Should we keep moving on, guys?
Yeah.
All right. So directly across the way, we've got the TechDungeon folks. You guys recognize them from?
Yep.
Yeah, they make
CoCo
CoCo joysticks. They make a bunch of coffee coasters with Radio Shack and Tandy logos, and even 6809 stuff. And
Yep. So keep moving down the line here. Just next to them is the Radio Shack / color computer booth. So one of their cooler displays is the ROMpaks.
Wow.
Ooh.
So they have everything in cases. Yeah. I asked them earlier if they had them all 96 titles. You guys have all 96?
Yeah, that's all.
That's all 96. All 96, guys.
do they have both versions of the spectrum analyzer? That's the question.
How about down
We're
there?
live streaming with CoCoNation right now. They were asking any chance that if you have both versions of the CoCo spectrum analyzer, the one that supports the P mode 3 graphics.
Oh, I didn't know there was one.
Yeah, there is one. So there's one more for you to find now.
Downlands also, yeah.
And as Ron
Which
mentioned, there's
is-
two versions of Downland too, 1.0, which only runs on a CoCo 1 or 2, and then download 1.1 that runs properly on a CoCo
Gotcha.
3.
That's right.
Wow.
Two.
Feature creep for cartridge collectors.
Right, everyone
Interesting
gets
thing-
feature creep.
There's all
The
the
interesting
new ones.
thing about the spectrum analyzer, there's no markings on it to let you know that it works on the CoCo 3 and the P mode 3 mode. So you just have to try it. Yes, yeah,
Hey, Paul?
exactly. Yeah.
Paul, any unique third-party cartridges in there?
I think these are all standard Radio Shack cartridges.
I see some Spectrum in there
Where do you see that?
in the middle box, right there. Super Voice.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, the
I did-
speech systems.
Yeah, I didn't know if they had anything else in there that was kind of unique.
Yeah, like Star Blaster. Oh, there's a few there, yeah. Antico,
Oh, they got
because they had 8 Ball and a couple other games there.
Yep.
All right.
There is one he'll never
Bill
have.
Tucker.
Which
Yeah,
one's that?
The one that was just given away.
Oh,
The
the
one
Oh
that-
yeah, yeah.
the one Mark
One that's-
Mosley got, yeah.
The one that's in my collection, yeah.
It's a
Yeah, the
one-off.
Paku.
Hey, give me a
Yeah.
minute and I'll be back upstairs.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we'll keep
Thanks.
moving on here, guys.
Any Vectrix there?
I have not seen the Vectrix yet, Ron. So at least you can walk fairly reasonably right now without bumping into people. Earlier this morning, it was pretty tight.
Let us know if you see any dragon.
I've not seen a dragon, Ron.
All right.
Mind you, you said you haven't had any time to cover the whole floor yourself yet either, so.
No, I mean, not since the exhibits were set up last night. Some people didn't get in until this morning to set up.
I will.
So we're at the far corner of the exhibit hall right now. All the cones and everything are set up for all the YouTubers. So we got Taylor.
Yeah, it looks like
Amy,
the
we got-
stop bits. That's that band with Taylor and Amy, Action Retro, and Veronica Explains. And
That's right. LGR. So if you guys know Clint, he's here. Also, 8-bit guy, Dave, is here. Adrian's with Adrian's Digital Basement is here. So yeah, that gives you a sense of some of the YouTubers that are here.
Are they going to have a free table?
Yeah, we can go over there now. It's pretty ransacked. They started filling that in on Thursday night, and just people been picking through it. It was quite the spread, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, I bet in an environment like that, things don't last very long.
You might recognize this guy.
Yep.
John Mark.
Hey.
CoCoNation, grabbing some food.
Nice shirt. Swirls on it.
Like 10:30. Jason, same as we just passed him.
Are those your carts to take the free stuff away?
Yeah.
Yep.
That's for all the printers that everybody leaves behind.
Hey, Paul, thank you for giving us this tour.
Yeah, I can only fit so much in my carry-on run. So this is a sense of all the free stuff.
Yeah,
So it's kind of hard to get in here.
Yeah. Tell them you're a
Two.
representative of the CoCoNation. Move along.
Yeah, flash your press badge.
Yeah.
There you go. That'll work.
Yeah, we should do that. We should make some official press badges.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could be special agent, whatever you want.
Paul F.
Illegal boxes.
Lots of books, lots of cabling, lots of cases, lots of computers, lots of TVs.
Oh, some CRTs, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, just
Yeah,
tons and tons of stuff. VCRs, DVD players, cassette players, tons and tons of stuff. There is a huge amount of stuff for sale. Seeing people walking away with arms full of loot. Lots of goodies. So crowded.
That looks like it's starting to fill up again. Lunch must be over.
Yeah. Some of the costumes are a little crazy. Monitor head.
An iMac.
Yeah, there's something good for an iMac, huh?
Yeah.
So, any furries this year?
Here's a CoCo Fest attendee that people might recognize.
Hey, ¿cómo está?
Hey, AJ, we've got CoCoNation on the call here.
Nation, welcome to Forgotten Machines. This is how we do this, right?
You having a good time? I'm not sure if David Ladd's on, but AJ is busy flexing disk images right now. We were up late last night doing some flexing, trying to get some of these old IBMs up and running.
Flexing your flexing muscles.
Yeah, exactly. We'll cut over this way. I think the electron microscope's over here somewhere. Oh, actually, are they? No, they're not here. This is Neil's computer services. So Neil's got his stuff set up. He's selling a lot of stuff. And then Malcolm Ramey has got the Tandy 3000 line, a few different models here that he's got on display.
Yeah,
So
the
it's kind of
third
rare to see those.
There it is.
the third one to the left is Neil's setup.
Yep, this one's Neil's. Yep.
Yeah.
So, all right, they must be at lunch. Okay. Oh, one thing I did want to mention that was kind of cool and somewhat new for this year. Actually, we'll walk towards the middle so you guys can see it. As you guys may or may not know, each year they have a crew of telco guys come in and they set up the networking for the event. Here is their tower for this year. And you can see they have all these telephone poles carrying cable lines services throughout the venue. So they're offering things as such as POTS lines, DSL, ISDN type services. One of the things that's kind of neat this year, you look on the top of the tower, in addition to the wired cabling services, they also have a 1G analog cell service set up. So people are walking around with the Motorola brick phones actually talking to each other. And you can,
How awesome.
I got one.
So
That is cool.
And what's really cool about these guys that run the telco stuff, they're all young guys. And when I say young guys, most of them are in their 20s, maybe early 30s, and they're super passionate about it. So,
And they wouldn't have grown up with this stuff at all.
Yeah, total fun nerds.
So do they have analog telephones set up now and then? I saw one.
They do. There's analog lines everywhere. They also have pods coming into the event, so you can call people at their tables from your landline.
Huh.
Yep.
Yeah, Jason CoCoMan gave us his name and extension.
If you only had power.
Yeah. You might still be able to get them though, because I don't think the telco gear went down at all. Just his table. So if he's got
and POTS lines carry the power to ring the phones and stuff on their own. You don't need electricity for the old phones.
But everything's cable through here, so you might still be able to get them. All right, so hey,
CoCo. I think I just saw.
Say hi to CoCo.
There he is.
Sloopy. Sloopy's here with his son.
And then mini Sloopy.
Dwayne? Quinn? Mini Sloopy, right?
Sloopy Jr.
Sloopy Jr., there you go. So what are you working on, Sloopy? Looks like you got some blue scuzzy stuff going on.
Yeah. I put my monitors on
His Magnavox went up in smoke, I guess. So sounds like it's salvageable though. So
nice shirt.
Ron likes your shirt. 8 bits are all you need. That's right. So, all right, we'll keep on moving. He's out right next to Joe, from Joe's Computer Museum. You guys might recognize him.
Yeah, he's one of the main blue scuzzy guys too.
That's right.
Joe from Ohio.
Also, one of the hosts of the Computer Retro Roundtable podcast.
That's right.
And those are the days. Holy crap. Yeah.
So when the camera gets higher, you're holding it up in the air, right? You're not standing on your tippy toes, are you?
I've actually got it on a gimbal right now that's got an extension arm on it.
Okay.
So I can bring it up pretty high so you guys can see
That's pretty cool.
Oh, gotcha.
That's real good.
That's a
nice
good
view.
Yeah.
Yeah, that gives you a real sense of scope of how big this is.
Yeah, I'm kind of towards the middle.
Right.
So when is CoCo Fest going to be as big?
Year after next.
Next year.
Well, what I think we should do is somehow merge CoCo Fest with this event. They're both in Chicago. I think it would be fantastic for the community and for
Jason
the
will probably
event.
give us the whole section.
Yeah, exactly.
CoCo stuff.
It would be awesome if we consider doing that. But yeah, here's the electron microscope, guys.
Yeah.
I normally like hitting them both, but that's
What are they
because I'm
looking
so
at?
Close.
Cricket,
The
I think?
Some
squish
some sort of
mosquito.
bug.
Was that a
Mice
mosquito?
of some kind, yeah.
They should be looking at stuff like the deluxe CoCo's special chips there, so we can figure out what some of the things do.
It's a bug in the processor.
Right?
Welcome, Nick.
Yeah, stranger.
So what are we looking at right now? Gotcha.
So that's that's a reduced version of an Australian predator.
Yeah, exactly. So, oh, that's amazing.
That's pretty well all life forms in Australia, from what I understand.
Pretty cool
Even in
seeing
the
this
Gibby
kind of
chip.
stuff. Yep. All right, so we'll keep moving. I did walk by somebody earlier that we should probably say hello to. Right. Antic, Randy King did as a table here.
Right, yeah.
Happy days.
And he is out to lunch. It looks like this is Jim Brain's table. He's with the Commodore folks. But there's his
Drawings, yeah.
Stack of
tower.
1541s? Oh no, those are
He's
those
got
drives for the
1540s,
1541
1541s,
ones? Yeah.
and a couple 1571s. It looks like.
Yep. Right
Did
there.
you
He's
say
got a CoCo
1571's
setup.
the 3.5-inch drives? I'm trying to remember.
No, that's a
No,
1581
they're
is the 3.5.
Okay,
Those are the
right.
those are
Yeah.
double side 5.25.
Well, why don't we look at the CoCo, eh?
so? Does
That is
that
nice
sign? Did that sign on the top say must sell or not for sale?
Yeah, no, it must sell. I'm surprised that this hasn't dwindled down yet. People may be waiting until tomorrow to get best deals.
Right, get
What are
those
they charging?
last, 'cause there's a
$30 a
whole
piece?
bunch.
There's John Mark again too.
Yeah, John Mark's sitting back here. Oh, one other thing that I should probably bring you guys by. Trying to remember where it is. The Spy Hunter exhibit's here.
Oh, cool.
Oh yeah. Did he?
You guys know Jesus Eric?
Yeah.
Yep.
Regular
He goes
attendee
to
at
CoCo
CoCo Fest.
Yeah. He's got his
Wow.
Oh, I
That's
love
a
that.
Commodore SX Commodore SX64. Huge though.
It's his 40th anniversary tribute to it. It's
So if you-
CoCoNation, Eric.
Hey Paul, if you turn around on Jim's table, he has an SX, the actual size one.
Yeah, so here's the
Oh,
actual
there's one.
SX as well.
Yep, there we go. I actually
So
own one
yeah,
of those.
Jim's
It's my
got his
first
setup
Commodore.
too. So
It's my very first Commodore ever.
yeah, Eric's been working on this a long time, but it looks great.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks, Eric. All right.
Apple IIe.
The Model 4 there.
Yeah, Eric Canales picked up a Model 4P for $40.
Wow.
That's a good deal if it's working, especially.
There's lots of really good deals.
You're gonna need a
It's like
car.
a 1702 monitor.
They're
on
heavy.
the corner. Yeah.
You're gonna have to upgrade to a cargo plane.
Yeah.
Oh, it looks like an Osborne there. No.
Yep. This is a neat table. They've got a bunch of chameleon systems. These were the luggables that were competing with Compact. They've got a few of them. One of them's running Flight Simulator here. Neat little machines.
What's the processor in those?
I think
8088s.
Yeah.
Yeah, in Zilog 80. Yep. Hi.
And yeah, they had
We've
zero
got a
ones before.
CoCoNation on the video call right now, just saying hello.
Was that the Macintosh librarian we're seeing there?
Kate?
Where'd you see that?
Right
the
there.
the girl there, isn't that the Macintosh librarian, or did I not quite
I
see
don't
her
know.
right?
It's Kate, her name.
If Mackie's around, it would be.
Yeah.
I don't know. They don't have name tags on.
Oh.
Excuse me. Are you the Macintosh librarian? She's all the way down at
Oh,
the
she
far
well,
end.
that's that. Okay.
Thank you.
You're not supposed to talk to her real loud.
Okay. These are some scratch built Commodore 64 replicas,
Mm-hmm.
which
Very
the
big.
CoCo's getting really close to doing.
Yep. There's a lot of interest in the Commodore market for those things right now.
Yep. This is the GIMIX.
GIMIX.
I showed this last year,
Oh,
and
yeah.
he's running. Hey, Ted, how you doing? Good. Good. It's good to see you.
Good to see you.
So Ted is running the GIMIX setup. Ted, I've got CoCoNation on video call right now. So what are you running on your GIMIX?
OS 9 level 2.
OS 9 level 2. Okay.
Flex OS 9 level 1. Yeah.
So not sure if you guys picked that up. It'll also boot Flex and OS 9 level 1. So, and you're just playing a game of Hangman right now? Is that what? Very cool. OS 9 Hangman. Very cool.
He's aware the CoCo 3 will do all that as well.
Yes. So, but it doesn't look as cool. Nowhere near as
No.
cool as this GIMIX
Yeah.
setup.
The expansions that you could do on the
Beautifully
gimmicks there was
restored.
the Ghost chassis.
Can you feel the
Yeah.
heat off of that
Chassis.
thing?
Yeah, it looks like
No,
my
it's-
North Star Horizon.
That thing had I/O at the yin yang. You had serial cards that had like 256 byte buffers way before 16550 ever came out.
Thanks, Ted.
Looks like an IBM Selectric 2.
Okay, here it is.
Oh yeah, Spy Hunter.
So we've got
Audio Spectrum.
Analyzer. Showing Revenge of the Nerds with the Audio Spectrum Analyzer. It's a nice clear
That's
case for the.
appropriate.
So whose booth is this?
This is the guy that did Spy Hunter. I forget his name.
Oh, okay.
Is that Richard Natalie? I'm trying to remember.
You know if he got his audio working with the second?
I saw that. Yeah, it sounds like it.
Because he
He's
was
got a
using
speaker back there.
Yeah, because what he was doing is using a second CoCo to do the sound. The one CoCo was doing the heavy lifting of the gameplay, and then he was going to use a serial cable to play sound through the second CoCo.
Tell him watch out for the Davenport.
Nightmare Highway.
That's him. That's him to the left there, I think, at the black shirt.
Oh, sorry. I've got CoCoNation on the call right now. They were you're right in the middle of lunch. Oh, you don't. If you're in the middle of lunch, we can... I'm sorry, I forgot your name. Rich. I met you at CoCo. Yeah, good to see you again. So one of the questions I had, and it seems like you have figured it out. I get at CoCo Fest, you're using a second CoCo to run audio, but it sounds like you've got it figured.
Yeah, those experiments didn't work.
Okay.
So I pulled away from that, and now it's CoCo1 or whatever.
I got you.
Any music though.
Okay.
So what I'm using the CoCo keyboard for people.
Oh, very cool.
Which is kind of neat. So when he puts in a score, I'll show you how it works. I'm using a real floppy just to have fun with the floppy.
Okay.
So
I'm not sure if you guys picked up on that, but he's using the CoCo too.
This is a floppy from when I was like 12.
Scorekeeper.
I'm actually using this floppy to store the scores.
So that floppy he's had since he was age 12, and he's using it to store the high scores on.
So here, when he's almost done. Well, here we go. All right, here we go. Perfect timing. So Carl, go down there and score. It's just a base bar now.
Oh, I got you.
So hit the base bar, nothing exciting. I wrote this real quickly last week.
Okay.
To show how this works. So for the comp sci people out there, I had to figure out how to do a bubble sort again. I haven't done that in like 40 years. And then I had to figure out how to write the drive. And I got the
So looks like you got to figure it out.
There you go. I know that's exciting for the comp sci guys out there. But yeah, I showed some of the younger people here what a floppy drive is.
Yeah.
They were kind of mixed.
I know.
And it works. So it's like, it's a little sketchy. Well, I bought this from one of the CoCo guys on Discord.
Okay.
What's the brand name on that floppy?
The guys, CoCoNation, other guys, got them great. All the stuff is most awesome.
Very cool.
A lot of the stuff I learned by just watching stuff and stuff.
It looks great. I mean, even a bigger, more elaborate setup than the Fest. So one of the questions we had was, I'm curious about the durability of the floppy. Which brand name is that? The floppy disk itself, yeah.
Maxwell.
Oh, it's a Maxwell
Oh,
disk.
there you
right?
go. Okay.
Beautiful.
So
it's old, huh?
Yep.
Wasn't that the old ads with the guy sitting?
That double-sided flippy, I can see.
Yeah, the chair with the speakers.
TDK. That was TDK. Yeah.
And it
But
doesn't
yeah.
have any ring.
Yeah, I don't know. I got a box of floppies. That'll work.
Cool.
Looks great.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'll let you get back to lunch. Yep.
Hey, Paul.
Yeah.
On his table there, he had a CoCo under some plexiglass. Was there anything special about that?
Let me check.
Or is that just a display? Oh, it must be just a display that he's using for that CoCo.
Yeah, so I've been showing people that the old Friends of the Nerds.
Is there anything special about the CoCo and why it's in Flexi?
Oh, just to show what I'm doing. No, it's just the CoCo1 4K.
Okay.
No, it's the reason I got this 2 years ago. It was broken. Turns out the only broken one that was the switch with fence.
Yep.
So I got this for like.
What board is it?
$12, huh?
So what I'm doing here is it is essentially what I got when I was a child, a 4K CoCo1. It's actually a little older. It's a D board.
So this is a D board, Ron.
Okay.
This is my
Yeah, same as my first one.
I like this because it's kind of pure. It's a 4K machine. Doesn't even have extended BASIC in it. I bought it. I have it at home, but I just here I'm showing like the basic computer as a real simple color computer one board because this video was filmed about a few years after that.
Yeah.
And I'm been talking to some of the younger generation about how color computers in this movie and the software, Keyboard's famous analyzer software in the movie. I've been showing everybody that. And I thought that was just kind of like, there's nothing else there.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
I'm using this as a video player. I'm going into the set board and then the actual cartridge. I actually bought that Paper Quest here.
Gotcha.
So
That
very
cassette.
I like the fact he actually has some original cassettes like Chroma set in there, stuff beside it too.
Does that cassette player still work? The black one?
Does the black cassette player still work?
Yeah.
Yep.
Wow. Cool. I got one.
Very good. Any other questions, guys?
Not for me.
Oops. Thank you so much.
Have a good day.
Enjoy the rest of the show. All right, we'll keep moving on here.
You guys see any Model 100s around or anything?
Yeah, there's a few of them. Over in this section here, it's kind of same as last year, but maybe a little bit bigger. They have teaching how to solder. So you got.
Oh yeah, that's that House of Horrors thing I
project.
keep hearing about. Yeah.
Yeah. So all different sorts of little projects that kids and families are working on. It's really neat. And then
I'd be working
adjacent
on where to
that-
find fire extinguishers.
Yeah, you don't smell chicken cooking, do you?
No, they're doing it right.
Oh, good.
Adjacent to that, they've got a LAN party going on. So this is the vintage PC LAN party. So they're playing head-to-head gaming.
There, Rick. That's what you got to shoot for.
All right.
This is another neat exhibit. And there's your Model 100 run.
Yeah, there it is.
And weather stuff. We packs.
So this is the guys that run. So they've got a crawler working on. So these are the guys that run the weather station here. So if you guys remember the Weather Channel,
yeah,
that's what they're running because they have all the equipment. That
Hit escape, see what happens.
No, I'm not gonna mess with it.
Cool. They're actually running the Weather Channel.
So
Fun. I guess that came out while I was back home.
Yeah, I think Joe at Joe's Computer Museum was trying to get one of those running again too, wasn't he, or something similar?
Yes, he has several Spectrogens. He probably has one at his table though.
I bought 2 Model 100s at a Goodwill store for $1 a piece.
here's another table that's selling everything must go kind of sale. This was much bigger earlier. And I was people got a lot of good deals from here. Not the free pile. So we'll head towards the front. You guys can get a preview of some of the auction items.
Some hidden stuff.
Yeah.
Handmade Space Invaders carpet.
Yeah. Handmade quilt.
Oh, quilt.
This is 8-bit guy, so Dave's wife.
Oh, cool.
So it looks kind of light. I don't know if they have other stuff elsewhere.
There's a Model 1 monitor. The bottom.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
I had one with a wood grain top on it. Isn't that weird?
Model 1 monitor?
Yeah.
So they were all an RCA monitor, and some
Underneath,
of them had more or less of the processing.
Huh.
So you may have just got brown on top, but sometimes they would go in and dry brush the wood grain effect.
Yeah.
One of my. But even
Oh,
on the
yeah.
silver ones, you've got the wood grain stamped into the plastic.
Yeah.
So.
Somewhere in here, I think I've got an old VAX system. Another thing that I saw that was cool, but I can't remember where it was. Somebody had a Unix PC. And I got. Yeah, it's getting congested again.
There's a lot of theme shirts.
Sure. A lot of clean shirts.
Theme shirts, you know.
Oh yeah, yeah.
They'll say something computer wise.
Hey, Ron, this is like a nerd haven. I mean, if you got telecom people and the whole bit, it's all nerd stuff.
Hey, it's such an amazing event. There's a little bit of everything. Well,
exactly.
At this point, there's a lot of everything.
Have you seen a pen pocket?
What's that, Ron? I don't think I know what that is.
You put a protector in your shirt. Yeah.
No.
Oh, pocket protectors, yeah.
That's when you got an old nerd.
Most people wear in t-shirts, not the button-down style of the old days.
Oh, you don't want to mess up your polo, so yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely getting more congested. You can tell people are back from lunch.
Yeah, go high. Go high.
And I'm not doing a spot the license plate. Who's got a regular t-shirt with no logo on it?
There's somebody that's got a couple PDP-8s on their table. I was trying to find them, but I can't remember where they are.
Rick Adams would like that.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of, was Rick.
Oh, no, an empty table.
It'd be neat to find out how many amps they're drawing over there, you know, in the whole show.
I know.
Jeez.
Oh, here they are.
Oh, yeah.
There's some amps.
And nowadays, it's just a front panel, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
With a Raspberry Pi or something.
Well, the repros, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's weird to see them with stuff behind it.
Yeah, the power cord's a little bigger going into that one, I think.
A little
Oh,
heavier.
the little pull tabs to pull the boards out too.
Mm-hmm. They say push. No, they have numbers on them.
I never used a PDP-A, but I did use a PDP-11 at work for a while in the late 80s.
What did PDP stand for?
What did it stand for?
I don't even remember.
Pretty dumb processor. I don't know.
Pretty damn pretty, I think, or something. No, I'm just kidding. Oh, that's Jerry Ellsworth. You just walked by, I think.
Exactly.
Yeah, Jerry's here. Yep. We so one of the things kind of similar to what we do at the class, where everybody kind of congregates afterwards and kind of jams and whatnot. We had a little jam session in the lobby last night, so a couple hundred people overtaking the lobby. We had AJ wheeling out some of his exhibits. We were fluxing in the lobby and having beers and cocktails into the wee hours of the morning. Yeah, Amy and Taylor were with their guitars and playing some music. It was kind of cool.
So, is this Schaumburg, Illinois, where the CoCo Fest used to be?
Yeah, Rainbow Fest was in Schaumburg, a different hotel. That was at Hyde Regency Woodfield, but
well, that's what I wondered, if it was the same one or not.
No,
I was there in '84.
Yeah, I was there in '86 through '91, I think, when the last one was.
They've got the robots out on the floor right now.
They're like topos or what?
I like seeing all the kids here too.
That's a
I
topo.
hope they'll keep the flame alive afterwards too.
That white one's a
Yep.
topo. That's classic 80s.
And it drives like a Segway.
So according to Wikipedia, PDP stands for Programmed Data Processor.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Thank Wikipedia.
Pretty cool. I think that's pretty much the highlights, guys. I mean,
Oh, they got
we
power
ran by
back.
a lot of stuff. Oh, you guys got power back.
Power. We have power.
Look,
We are power.
John Laurie.
So what's kind of neat about this, we've got somebody kind of nearby that's running their vintage Dazzler board in one of their systems, and Jason is picking that up over the air.
Actually, I kind of stole that idea. That's on your spectrum analyzer.
Oh, is that what that is? Okay, I gotcha. Very cool.
Wireless. That's fine now, but go. If we go, look at this. I think it's the. Not a good reception on that one.
Oh, there it is. Okay. So that's over the air RF that Jason's picking up from the Dazzler, which is a few pods over. The other display is a audio spectrum analyzer kaleidoscope.
After the apocalypse, we'll be using that stuff, right?
Yeah, right. Oh, and I just saw the most important exhibit that I completely forgot about because I forgot where I put it. My coffee.
Oh, there it is. Oh, man.
That's a limited time exhibit, too.
Is it an iced coffee?
Well,
It is now.
Yeah.
Anything else you guys want to take a peek at, or things that I missed or glossed over? I know you guys got another show, the rest of the show to run.
Do they have a Lisa there?
Yeah, there's I saw one or two. I couldn't tell you where exactly.
Do they have a
Any
Xerox there?
Any that still have the 5 1/4 drives, or they all been converted to Mac XLs?
Oh no, the Twiggy drives are super rare. Oh, you already know that, Mark.
I do.
Yeah, those are.
That's the Twiggy drives, or
Twiggy
Yeah, the
drives.
5 1/4 are called
yeah.
Twiggy drives. Yeah.
Yeah, those are like $100,000 systems these days.
oh, so you can pick up a couple dozen of them if you sell an Apple One.
Yeah, exactly. It's still the CoCoNation show.
Yeah.
John Lowry says hello.
Thank you, John.
Back at you.
No, we don't want to do this because it might not work.
Oh.
No, I'm just testing.
Do it live.
Oh no, it's gonna work. Yes, it works.
So is this running the upgrade?
Yeah, this runs.
Okay, so
I'm just testing out an SPC card that I built.
okay.
But this is it right here. This is now. This will, like I said, will be in the socket. This will be a different connector. I just put this together just to make sure everything works.
Okay.
But right now it's beta. I just wanted to show something of the progress of the 2 meg.
Very nice.
Yeah, it'll be nice having 2 suppliers for 2 meg boards again.
Yep. Thank you, Richard.
You're welcome. And see, I'm nice and friendly. I don't know why people think I have a bad attitude.
Not with a good beard.
It's a beard. Now you're a nice guy with a beard. So all right. Anything else, guys? I can hang out on the call for a little bit longer if you think of anything.
Not unless you ran into some other friends of the show or something. But I don't know who's all there.
I heard Taylor and Amy were there.
Yeah, we went by their table earlier. They weren't there. Adrian from Agents Digital Basement was out too. So
They might have had one of the YouTube panels or something going too. So
yeah, that's right. I didn't take a look at the schedule, but that might be exactly what's going on. But they have the cone set up over there, and you couldn't get near those tables earlier in the day. All the fans just lining to talk to the celebrities.
Did they have the Apollo Disky set up anywhere? Sometimes
No,
they do that at the show.
I haven't seen that here. I've seen that
in other shows.
Yeah.
Hey, there's my Pac-Man.
DCF.
Yeah, that's
Southwest.
yours. Or is that
Yeah.
Shockmasters?
Yeah, that's Nick's.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, so that's Nick's.
There, you're famous now, Nick.
There you go. It's like, who the hell is that idiot?
You're going from Canada to the show to Australia.
That'd be interesting to find out if you can find out for next week's show, Paul, what the attendance was this year.
Yeah, I'll see if I can get the number. I don't even want to venture guess at this point.
What is that
I
tape
would say,
recorder?
where do you see tape?
To your right, extreme right. There's a tape recorder running. It was on the corner. Nope, to the
It's
right.
by the red
To the right.
cloth there. It's a data.
There.
This? No,
Yeah.
this is a polymorphic system.
Now look
Poly
up.
88.
Look up on the box.
Oh, I'm sorry, guys. I completely skipped over this.
Yeah, what
So
is it?
they had this last year.
Oh.
So this is the animatronic setup that ran
Oh,
the Chuck
Oh,
E.
ChuckECheese,
Cheese
right?
animatronics. So they don't have the animatronics, but they have all the hardware that ran it.
If we had Chucky,
So,
he'd
yeah.
be strumming that guitar.
hey, Paul,
right?
down to the left.
Yeah.
Is that an Exidy sorcerer? The about 4 machines down on the
It
left.
is. Yep. That's the expansion unit. Here's the sorcerer.
Okay. Yeah,
What's the
Tim Gilbert's
processor
asking.
in that? Z80?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
C80 at 2 megahertz.
That was Bill Noble's very first computer.
But yeah, this Chuck E. Cheese exhibit's pretty cool.
Yeah.
And for people who don't know, that's Nolan Bushnell's company, wasn't it?
Yes.
That's
Yes.
right.
Same guy who founded Atari.
Yep. Exactly.
Some of the boards.
At first, I thought it said Cheech and Chong.
That's where all the magic smoke is.
Yeah.
Right, right.
And they're
Yeah, I
encouraged to
completely
let the
forgot
magic
about
smoke
this
out.
exhibit, guys.
So I'm guessing they've got some kind of the audio and the control tracks are both on that tape.
Yeah, so they've got the reel-to-reel with the audio playing right now.
So they don't use it for any sequencing or data? Oh, they're different levels.
Yeah,
on
they
the
do.
tracks.
Notice only one
Yeah.
side's got audio on it. The other
Yeah.
side,
The other
That's
side's probably got
pretty neat.
the other
sequencing.
side
probably.
is making Chucky do his thing.
Also, as I remember,
Pretty
the
neat.
Topo robots were also Nolan Bushnell, little white one.
The front of the computer's Chuck E. Cheese yellow.
Oh yeah, it's saying here it's one track contains the songs or the music stuff, and the other one contains 4800 baud data.
Yep.
Oh, why not? Audio is
Oh,
motive. Yeah.
So it uses cousin to the 6809, the 68 HC11 microcontroller. I use those quite extensively in college. Very, very similar to the 6809. I think who's it? Ken, who does the single board computer? He does a lot with the 68 HC11 as well.
Yeah, there's a few 68 or sorry, 68XX single board computers.
But yeah, that's it, guys.
Thanks, Paul. Thank
Cool.
you.
Thanks for the tour. Glad they
You're
got
welcome.
their power back.
Yeah, it was only this one corner here. One power strip went out.
Did you ever see any Model 1 setup working? I see one there.
And
Yeah,
no dragons?
With
That's
the
no
interface
dragons.
That's a one. No dragons. Sorry, Tim. No dragons.
There's one somewhere. You just haven't found it yet.
Here's another Exidy running.
Yeah, I saw that one earlier.
Spectra video. All right, so I'll hang out for a little bit longer if you guys think of anything. I'll be around, but I'll let you guys continue with the show.
Okay. Thanks for the tour and
You'll
fighting the
have to come on
crowds.
the you have to come on the show and show us what you got.
Greatly appreciate it, Paul.
So I flew in, so I probably won't pick up anything unless there's something extremely rare. There
And
is
small.
I've been I've been looking for a Sol 20 terminal computer. There's one here for like $3,000. I mean, that's a bit high for me, and I'd have to ship it back, and I don't know if I want to do that.
Yeah.
But outside of that, I really haven't seen anything that I think I'm gonna pick up. We'll see.
Happy hunting.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, thanks, Paul.
Yep, you're welcome.
You did a great
And
job.
enjoy the rest of the show.
Will do. Take care, guys.
Alrighty.
Hello, everyone. It's your good buddy, your good pal, Amigo Aaron, joined by that dastardly The Brent from ARG Presents.
You're watching CoCoNation.
I feel like that should have been longer.
The CoCoNation show would like to thank the following patrons: AC's 8-Bit Zone, Alex Gare, Alan Huffman, Barry Tompkinson, Boysen Tech, Brendan Donnie, Brian Walsh, Brian Weasler, Karen Askham, Coconut Bob, Daddy Burrito, David Ladd, Derek Smithson, Diego BF109, Don Barber, Eric Canales, Frederic Segard, Glenn Hewlett, Graham Wabke, Grant Leedy, Henry Gernhardt, Henry Strickland, Jason Warrens, Jeffrey Drywater, Jim Mullis, Justin Larson, Ken Reichard, Kevin Holloway, Michael Hill, Patrick Euland, Paul Fiscarelli, Paul Shoemaker, R. Allen Murphy, Richard Harding, Rob Inman, Rocky Hill, Steve Bateson, Terry Trapp, TJB Chris, Tom C., Tom Gunderson, Tom S., William Athing. Thank you so much, patrons. If you would like to support the CoCoNation show, sign up at patreon.thecoconation.com.
Hey everyone, I'm TJB Chris, and I'm watching the CoCoNation live show, and so are you. And probably shouldn't be pointing that thing at you. Enjoy!
Welcome to everybody's favorite segment, Who's New to Discord?
Mongoose says, my name is Greg and I'm into the Tandy color computers. I recently got a CoCo 3 setup with the CoCo SDC, and I'm now trying to get RGB video going on an HDMI monitor. I found out about the Discord channel from the CoCoNation YouTube channel, and I was hoping to share some of my programming work here in the near future, and hopefully get a little advice on some hardware upgrades as well. Bletch says, Nathan W. I wrote most of the CoCo stuff in MAME, mess then, albeit about 15 years ago. The preceding bios were edited for time. Thanks to Boysen Tech, Frederic Micro Hobbyist Sigard, Glenside Computer Club, Paul Fiscarelli, Paul Shoemaker, Tandy Color Computer 3, Wingnut 2626, and the CoCoNation patrons for boosting the server. Please consider joining Discord and visiting the welcome section to read these bios in full and see what the community has to offer. Just go to discord.thecoconation.com.
See you on Discord.
When you want the latest in TRS-80, Tandy, Dragon, MC-10, and all of their hardware cousins, no matter what it takes, or where news breaks, from around the world to your nation, the CoCoNation News with L Curtis Boyle.
Okay, well, I'll mention first of all the CoCo 4 episode that we're planning on doing here. I haven't got any more feedback on any of the other machines, so I think we'll just kind of cut it off and show the ones we can have and try to get the show done within the next month or two. So I'll be contacting people that have kind of said that they've got these certain machines that we'll give a try. Like Rick's got one, I've got one, Joel Evie's got one, and anybody
Ryan
else.
Weisler.
Yeah. So we'll try to get that going within the next month or two here, and then it sounds like there's a couple of pretty good plans for some CoCoTech episodes here, related to networking and multiplayer games.
My favorites.
So I just wanted to mention that before we hit the news proper. But having said that, here's the news proper. Okay, you guys should be seeing a post on Facebook from Julian Brown. If I click the right window. So this is an update on his controller prototype here, and this is for actually kind of diagnosing hardware and stuff here. And I think you covered this last week too, Mark, if I remember correctly. He said, works nicely with the rotary encoder. Simon fit is great, but with one problem with the control board fitted with USB port is blocked, and I have to use a separate 5-volt supply. So I think he's still going to be doing some changes, but this allows you to boot up the machine in different configurations, I think, and at a hardware level kind of monitor what's going on, if I understood right. That your understanding, Mark?
That's what I understood too. I think Julian's been in the chat earlier, so he might chip in here.
Okay. And then he also posted update to his RGB output for the NTSC color set, because it originally was just coming out in black and white, which is kind of more like what PAL does. So he posted a photo here. Now he's actually got it, so it'll generate up to 4,096 colors.
Beautiful.
He says he still has an issue with the RGB signal voltage, so he says it's going about 75% of the brightness it should be. But this should handle all of the artifact colors, the pure graphics modes, etc., so that you'll be able to play this no matter where, or have that type of color no matter where you're running, Europe or North America, etc. So that's cool. And if he's in the chat, Mark, if you want to monitor, just let me know if
I will. He hasn't popped up yet, but
okay. Next up, we've got, and of course, we're doing the Dragon news first here, so they have to stay up so late over in the UK. The Dragon Data Archive, and I believe this is Richard Harding. Pretty sure that's who it is, but just in case I'm wrong, or somebody wants to mention the chat. But basically, he posted a scan of another Dragon programming book called Dragon 32 Machine Code for Beginners, written by CompuDat. You can see the cover over here. And it was basically a beginner to intermediate machine language tutorial, from what I understand. I haven't had a chance to go through it, but it's been completely scanned, and it's actually been uploaded to the Facebook Dragon 32 group. I'm assuming it'll be on the Dragon 32 or the Dragon Archive itself later on. Okay. But he's got a couple sample pages here with some, just pokes, and then, instructions for the CPU. Now, there's actually a program here, Space Invaders, actually is the source code's in here for a Space Invaders style game, so that's kind of cool too. Now, one other thing besides the fact that it's just interesting historically to have a Dragon 32 assembly language programming book for beginners is that it created a bit of a rabbit hole, I think is how he worded it specifically. David Lindsley went down a rabbit hole based on this post. He kind of, we went checking through to find the review of the book in Dragon User Magazine, which was in December of 1986. But when he was there, he also found a 3D isometric game called the CoCoMan, which he thought was not on the archive. So we posted, by the way, here's the actual full PDF if you want to get it. The show link, or the links for all these are in the show notes, of course, on the CoCo Discord. So this one you can actually download right now if you want to learn some of the differences between the CoCo and the Dragon, because there's a few differences, especially on keyboard mappings, etc. But basically, David Lindsley was actually looking at this CoCoMan, and this is kind of a scan from the magazine that he'd originally taken. And then it got kind of corrected here from some of the people in the Dragon community, where he mentions that Temple of Doom is reviewed right next to it. So I misattributed the image, and you got a little bit of scan here of the actual review. And then there's a nice clean screenshot of the game here too. And it actually is in the Dragon under PSE Computers. So that's a game we'd not tried on the Game On Challenge, I'm pretty sure. And it's one of the multiple isometric style ones like Night Lord that Neil Blanchard was selling as a cartridge. And then there's a few others that we have played, but this is another one of those isometric ones. I don't know if it's as frustrating as some of the other ones, because some of those are extremely difficult, as I'm sure Ken and a few others could attest to. But it was kind of fun to watch him, get on this rabbit hole just off of the fact that there's a machine language programming book, and then he finds a game in an issue of Dragon User Magazine, and then figures out that the game has been archived, and it's not one that most of us have seen. So that was kind of cool. If you're not a member of the Dragon 32 64 users group on Facebook, I definitely would join in, because they did have some games and other programming languages and books and all kinds of stuff that we did not get on the CoCo. But since they're such close cousins, a lot of that stuff would apply, and a lot of the games work. You might have to learn some new keys or try to patch it for different keyboard matrix, but that's about it. Next up, we have Federico Achaerandio. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing his name correctly. If I butchered it badly, I apologize. But he showed basically the equivalent of the Amiga bouncing ball demo running on a Dragon 64 with a CoCo SDC, I might add. So obviously running the Dragon DOS ROMs. And he's running it on a VGA adapter from his Dragon using the Dragon AV cable and a SCART to HDMI VGA adapter. So kind of similar to what Jason does with his HDMI adapter for the CoCo, except in this case, it's going from VGA. And for those of you not seen it, this is just basically the black and white version of the Amigo bouncing ball demo. Once he gets to it. So I don't hear any sound effects. I don't have the little bounce sound that the Amiga original demo does, or the, I think some of the CoCo ones actually have that.
Is that real 3D or is just like played frames?
I'm guessing played frame, because that would be quite a bit to calculate for a less than 1 megahertz processor.
Yeah. Yep.
A Sockmaster programmed it, then maybe. Next up, we have some updates to the CMOC C-like compiler. Actually, several updates came out here. So the original announcement a few days back was that 1.94 had been released. This had multiple additions and fixes. So A2I, A2UI, STR-TOF, and ATOF have all been changed to eat leading white space characters. So you can pass it, strings that have some extra spaces, etc., and it'll, accept them properly. Printf and sprintf now accept minimum field lengths for int values as well as left-to-right justification. A later version, because he did 3 versions that came out this week, also fixed it for longs to do the same thing. New command line options have been added for enabling and disabling warnings for array size of 0. Some minor optimizations as well. And for those who don't know, CMOC actually can use basically C source code and generate stuff for both this BASIC and for OS9. So you can actually write for both operating systems with the one single compiler.
And uses LWSM for the back end.
Yeah. But this was the release notes you had for 1.94, and then suddenly 1.95 came out, which also added stuff like printf now supports a minimum field for the long, which I mentioned before, fixed a couple of bugs. Documented the fact that the STR-TOF accepts spaces in numbers when using color basic floating point routines. And then just, I think last night, 1.96 got released, which is basically just a quick bug fix that was discovered after 1.95. So he's actually updated the compiler 3 times in a week, which is pretty rapid fire stuff. So those of you who actually well, you might as well go back and get the latest one with a bunch of the bug fixes on it. So thanks to Pierre for keeping CMOC going. He's also got a bunch of libraries you can download from the site. And once again, you can get the link to the CMOC site directly from the CoCo Discord show notes. And there's a whole bunch of stuff for doing like graphics and text modes on graphic screens so that you don't have to write all the routines yourself. And there's example programs
now,
made with CMOC.
CoCo thoughts.
Sorry about that.
Not that.
Damn cat.
Not that again.
Yeah, we haven't had CoCo thoughts in a while. Maybe that's a hint to Ken.
Oh.
Next after that, is Bob on the show right now? I haven't been monitoring who's on and who's not. I don't think he is, though. So Bob Emery, who's Coco Strangiato on his YouTube channel, did a video here just over 20 minutes long that basically shows how to take out the DAC chip and the salt chip if you need to replace them in a CoCo1 using standard tools. So he's using like solder braids and stuff to take it off instead of fancy soldering guns. And then we've got replacements for these now. The daiquiri board, I think, is the DAC replacement, and then the Peppa board replaces the salt chip. Are both of those by
Pedro
the same
Pena
person
or Rocky Hill?
Yeah, Rocky Hill. Yeah. So anyway, he goes into some details of how to desolder it and how to desolder it properly. So of course my eyes glazed over and I smelled burnt hair and I stopped watching the video. So you guys will have to tell me how it all ended.
We understand.
But it's nice he's doing, like, he does a lot of stuff where he's just, designing hardware and or trying to, add different things to it. But this is just actually doing general repair. So it's nice to have some videos of that sort too, especially for the people that are a bit newer to the CoCo. And, also finding out that you can replace these chips.
That artwork's pretty good.
Yeah. Did you do that, Ron, or somebody else?
No, he did it.
Oh,
Somebody did it. Looks good.
cool. Next up, this is a rather interesting one to me. So Voidstar Tech, we have covered some of his videos before on YouTube. But this is one where he's actually working on converting Dungeons of Daggerath to run on a Commander X16. Now, I believe that's the 8-bit guy's super fast,
Yes.
clone, right? That runs at 14 megahertz or something like that. I can't remember.
Right.
So he's actually got a bit of playthrough happening here. Now, he does have to speed it up a bit. Like you'll notice at the end of the video, he kicks it up to like 3 times speed or something, but it's still not running bad for, a basic program. And I'm not sure if it's compiled basic or interactive basic or not, or interpretive basic, I should probably say. So here it's generating the maze using the fixed algorithm we discussed a little bit earlier. That's not too bad. It's a little bit slower than, the CoCo assembly language version, obviously. And he doesn't have the dimming in the distance unless he's a solar torch at this point. And he speeds it up to 3 times. So, I mean, Daggerath is one of the flagship titles on the CoCo. It's one of the ones that is mentioned in the best of lists all the time. And it was also unique to the platform. And now we've had like a Windows port that was done some years ago. And we've got an X16 port that's getting worked on. And there's another story coming up shortly about an Amiga version that's being worked on as well, which I'll involve Nick in, because I know he had a chance to watch the videos and stuff. So once we get to that point, we'll see what he thinks of the whole thing. And for those of you who are just watching all the live streaming from Paul Fiscarelli from VCF Midwest in Schaumburg, Illinois, near Chicago, Jim Brain himself actually kind of took pictures here of the floor before the tables were all full, so you can kind of get a scope of the entire layout without a bunch of people and computers sitting in the way. And you can see that there's quite a bit of room here. And I didn't see too many. I think we saw 1 or 2 empty tables when Paul was wandering around. Like probably people just couldn't make it for whatever reason.
Are there actually people in one of these photos? I think there are.
There's
There's
a couple here.
people.
Yeah.
It's amazing. There's no posts now and then, in the middle.
Oh no, not in this place.
Yeah. They have started setting up
rolled
the telephone lines, though. You can see a few sticking up here.
Yeah, they're getting the walls, the lines up. But yeah, they roll the walls back. It turns into just a.
Yeah, and Brian Weasler, I think Jim Brain was planning on having the meeting for Glenside from here. Did he end up doing that? Do you know, or is Brian still here? Oh, he may have stepped away. He's on the call, but he's
exactly
really busy. But I think they were planning on actually having him live stream from there. So interesting to see how well
Curtis,
that
you're
works.
right. He did have the meeting from here. I got in just as he was wrapping up the meeting on Thursday night. Yep.
Yeah, because your bandwidth actually was doing pretty good, considering how many people are there probably broadcasting stuff.
Yeah, I'm on my wireless right now. I've got Google 5 for service, so I'm not sure which carrier it's picking up at the moment, but the stream's been pretty solid with you guys, so it's good to see.
Cool. Also, just a side note on Dungeons of Daggerath earlier there, Brian Blake mentions Daggerath's also featured in the book of Ready Player One, which is true. It was actually a fairly major part, which was not touched in the movie version at all, which was very disappointing to me. Okay, so there's been some other computer shows recently, too. Craig Marshall there posted pics from Adelaide Retro Computing event in Adelaide, New South Wales, Australia, which included some Tandy and CoCo release stuff because of Septandy, and that actually, I believe, is this weekend as well. So we'll just show a few of the pictures from there. Now, I'm trying to remember, Nick, you've been to some shows. We've actually had you live broadcast some years back. Was this one of them, or is this
No,
pretty
no.
far from you, isn't it?
Yeah, no, it's far away.
So which one were you at then?
I was at a Apple fest that was in near me. Yeah.
And that's the one where we actually had the whole Nitrous 9 kind of joke thing going. Is that the one I'm thinking of?
Yeah.
So as you can see here, they've got a CoCo 2 up here. They got a CoCo 1 over here, a Dragon over here. Some cartridges, some deluxe joysticks, some of these educational software, some other cartridges. Now this LNW80, that was a Model 1.3 clone type thing, wasn't it, Nick?
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, and I never saw one, but
yeah, you can see a picture of a fairly yellow Dragon 32, but running Andron, which is a CoCo game. Actually, a Tandy game to be specific. Here's a kind of a top view showing some of the computers. You can see the CoCo 3 kind of tucked here underneath the joysticks and stuff. There's a Model 4P. The game called Jumper, which I'm not familiar with whatsoever.
Yeah, never saw that.
And this is the one I thought might have been one of yours because you did a game along this line, but you're saying this is not the one you played.
No, it has. Yeah, I don't know what game that was. So hopefully there'll be some comments on the pictures at some point. I'd be curious to know what it is.
Yeah, I'm sure I've seen screenshots of this before, so I'm gonna have to take a look.
There's a silver joystick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like that joystick.
And actually, there's a comment here from Ken Edwards. That monitor is not the USA version, because this does look a little bit from what I remember Model 1s.
Can you click on
Well,
the reply?
that's what Tandy sold here around 1980. My first Model 1 came with one of those screens, but it was a green screen. It actually had a green tube. That's direct from Tandy. That's not by anyone else. Tandy
Yeah, this
was
actually says
selling
Radio
that.
Shack, and the Radio Shack branding was never used in Australia, was it?
I had a look. Ours did say Radio Shack on it as well.
Click on the
but
reply.
I
So is
think
this-
they're made by Sanyo.
Is the speaker really a speaker on this?
No, it's hollow like the original, Model 1 monitor, but I think that one's made by Sanyo.
At least, it doesn't have a box over where the tuner knob should go, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I don't know how that went about, but it wasn't available in the US. It was only sold. Tandy here in Australia was the only place you could buy that type of monitor. But then again, here in Australia, we also sold a special version of the Model 1 that was made in Japan that had enhancements, which never got sold in the US. But that was
what kind of enhancements?
They cut down on the interference of the screen. You know how the Model 1 has a lot of
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's where they lost the FCC approval and they made the standards more strict. Yeah.
Yeah, the Japanese one actually did cut that down a fair bit. They also what was it? Did they include lowercase? They did a few enhancements. It was good, but it never got released in the US because by that time, FCC regulations in the US were
Yeah, you ain't selling nothing, boy.
That's right. So they couldn't sell the Model 1 in the US anymore. So all those later Model 1s went to Australia, and so my first Model 1 is one of those Japanese made Model 1s with the curvy green screen version.
Right. Well, just a curvy monitor altogether. So the RCA was kind of square to match the CoCo style.
Yeah. The original RCA was
This
square.
the whole thing's kind of rounded and
It's rounded. Yeah, that's right. It's more modern.
Yeah, I was going to ask Ken Waters if he's still on the call here and awake, because he has a Model 1 too, and he's got one of the ones that was sold here in Canada in '78. So I don't know if he had it handy or not to compare what the monitor looked like. But
I'm going to bet the RCA was dead cheap in the USA, but once you get much outside of our shores, which means Canada, the RCA was dead cheap.
Yeah,
I mean, it was just
we
a
basically have the
TV.
same models you
They
guys
hardly changed it. They put the plastic box over the knobs, and that was about it. Some of them got a different paint job.
Well, I think even that one is like that because it does have a speaker grill.
Right.
And there's no speaker. There's no speaker or a tuner in there.
It's just not so obvious that they hacked it,
Yeah, but you can see it does still look like a TV set, or it could look like a TV set.
I think it looks great.
But I think it's from Sanyo. I think Sanyo made it. is
Yeah,
what I
makes
recall.
sense. Right, because it would come from, Japan is cheap for you guys.
Japan,
so
yeah, that's right. And they just painted them up silver as well. I mean, it
They're
looks
on
like
its
a
way.
TRS-80 model. It
Well,
still
that's
looks
had
like
the
a
advantage. That was actually auto paint that they made that silver with. Well, actually, it was
Yeah.
RCA's color originally, and Tandy picked it up, but it's just
Yeah.
a common silver.
But
You
also
Pantone
notice
something or other.
But also notice the feet of the TV don't match the feet holes in the
Well, nothing matches.
expansion.
It's kind of a rounded, swoopy thing. And, yeah.
But it looks
yeah,
nice.
no, that one didn't fit the top of the
Nothing, yeah.
expansion interface.
It didn't look right. It didn't fit right, but it lit up.
It would sit on it. It would sit on it, but it didn't.
Right.
It didn't lock in place like the original RCA.
I just want to throw in a few comments from the chat. So when my thing is on, he says, I'm only going to be here for a few minutes going back over to the show. So he's obviously at VCF Midwest himself to leave my Dragon 32 with the Fujinet people. So I don't know if that's going to be for helping bring up. I know they're planning on bringing up the Intellivision version of Fujinet at the show if they can, but maybe there's a Dragon version coming up pretty soon.
Have a dragon up as well. That'd be cool.
Yeah. And then 8-Bits in the Basement, which we'll be covering a little bit later on the show too. So those silver joysticks were everywhere. And I'll scroll down to show that again. He said the same model was used on the Thompson MO5, which is a French 6809 based system, if I remember, or at least one of the Thompsons was. And the Philips C52, the buttons always broke off though, so maybe don't buy one of these.
Right.
Except to put in a display case.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now I'm familiar with the expansion unit here because this added RAM and a bunch of things. What is this little thing?
Looks like it goes between the
keyboard.
Like it goes between the Model 1 and the expansion, but I'm not sure what exactly that's doing. Do any of you Model 1 people know?
Probably helps it from crashing.
Was it a buffer?
It's not on the bus
Keyboard
at all.
buffer.
It's coming out of. Oh, geez, I'd have to go find my Model 1. But it's not. That's not part of the bus. Although it goes back into the expansion box, which is
Where I'm not in front of the computer right now, but is it coming out from the side?
it's
on the
coming out
expansion
from
box.
The
Side of
keyboard part of the
right
Model 1.
rear.
Okay.
Maybe it's memory.
Well, that
Gotta
might
go look.
be. I know Tandy sold a printer interface. If you didn't own a expansion interface and wanted a printer on the Model 1, they did sell a printer interface where you could plug in. It was a little box, but it
Yeah,
never.
it's a little box here, and then it has a second cable going to the expansion interface.
Okay, that's
Oh.
different then. Yeah, that's
Yeah, it
different.
says buffered cable.
Is it, or is it running
It's a
underneath
buffer.
and going to the
There's two
floppy
cables.
drives?
Oh,
two
that could be
cables.
too. Yeah,
Yeah.
because it kind of goes underneath or in the side there. Can't really tell which. And then
Well, it doesn't. It doesn't fit anything in the Model 1. My video on.
I think there's
Video
two
on.
cables. One comes
So,
off to the expansion.
There's
and the
no.
buffer.
There's no cable that leaves that area of the Model 1.
You mean over here?
On the right.
In
Yeah,
the
there's
middle
no port.
rear there. So here's
There's
the
no port.
expansion cable that goes to the expansion box. And then there's nothing
Yeah, right here.
except for, on the very far right where the power video cassette is. So he's got a cable running out of there and then going back into the expansion box in some unauthorized manner.
William Athing says it might
that-
be TRS-IO.
It's nothing that would normally be in this case.
Hmm.
So what he did is unique in some ways.
Something aftermarket.
And the
Yeah, maybe
expansion
third
box
party.
doesn't have an input on the side there either. So yeah, who knows what he's doing in the mystery
Is
box.
that the picture with the another white box on top of the monitor?
No.
No.
Okay.
There's a little box to the left of the keyboard of the Model 1 in the.
Okay. I'm not in front of the computer to see right now, but
You'll have to go look at it. Make a comment.
yeah, no.
No.
Yeah, I don't know what it
Ah.
is.
Confusing.
Yeah, and here's some other pictures that Craig took from the show in Australia. So he's got a Hewlett Packard 200LX little.
It has the built-in
portal.
Lotus.
Yeah,
Built-in Lotus 123.
back
Nice.
to the beginning. So
Take my software away from me, will you?
and to keep our Australian theme going, Tony Licari from Australia also posted some pictures. In this case, he's gotten the CoCo cartridge caddy that we've shown before that was designed by Antonio Caballero, which I have one of here. But in this case here, because in Australia, he didn't get it shipped directly. He actually got Craig Marshall, the person that just took the pictures from the show that we just looked at, and who has access to 3D printers, and actually printed one out. And actually, it turned out pretty good. And it's one of the later ones that also has the SD card topper thing, so you can actually store SD cards with the CoCo SDC as well as your cartridges. And a little bit of color mixing and stuff in here too. So, but Antonio, of course, released the files for these, so you can actually print them yourself if you have access to a 3D printer.
Danielle should be at the at that show because he lives in Adelaide.
Oh, cool. Maybe we'll get some stuff from her
she
later
lives
on.
there.
That'd be
Yeah.
awesome. Yeah.
So we should hear something from her about the show.
That'd be cool. Next after that, we have Brian Blake in his YouTube channel. So he's been fiddling around with CoCo MIDI, the MIDI Maestro in particular from Jim Brain, which is a reproduction of the original Speech Systems MIDI pack, I believe. And he's been fiddling around with, I don't know how you pronounce it, Lyra or Lyra. It's one of the music editing programs, but it was kind of the successor to Musica, which supports up to 4 voices. And this one actually supports up to 8. Now it has the option, one of the drivers is to print to print the sound out through the CoCo speakers on the 6-bit DAC, and that will just limit it to 4 voices. But if you had a MIDI pack, you could actually plug it into a actual MIDI synth of some sort and play up to 8 voices. And then later on, of course, we got 16 voices and stuff with the CoCo MIDI Pro software, Ultimusic, etc. But this is back in CoCo1 and 2 days, so you didn't even need a CoCo3 for this. And he did a little demonstration here, and I'm hoping to God this doesn't trigger too many stupid copyright thingies. So I'll just play a couple of short clips of it. But he decided to play a version of Michael Jackson's Beat It that was written under Lyra with both the 4-voice, 6-bit DAC output. And you can hear the huge difference when you actually have it go through an actual MIDI synth. So now he does mention that he was getting some noise when he had the mouse plugged in. Now the mouse plugs into a joystick port, of course, heard on the same PIA. As the sound output, so maybe some of this interference he gets, this little kind of buzzing and stuff at the beginning, is probably just related to that. I know, Nick, when you're programming the sound while reading joysticks, you have to kind of make sure you shut it off right to not get buzzing and clicking and crap.
You do, yeah.
Did you say high res? Because that uses the cassette port, which is also on the same.
No, this is just low res because it's CoCo1 and 2 before the high res interface came out. So there's the 4-voice. I'll just skip a little bit and don't get too many copyright dings. And also put a few more notes in. So in this case here, you can see out of the 8 notes to find, he's picked to play 1, 4, 5, and 8 of the voices, and 2, 3, 6, 7 to shut off, because trying to drive an 8-note simultaneously on the original 1 megahertz processor is a little bit too taxing to mix it properly. But when he kicks over to the actual synthesizer, which he used a Casio CTK 471. You'll be able to hear the difference here. So let's switch over. Now we'll do MIDI play. Which actually has drums and...
That's all right.
I mean, kind of get the idea of the difference in sound quality between the two, obviously.
Well, one's a dedicated sound, a music chip in it.
Yeah. And the nice thing is that the CoCo was one of the earlier 8-bit machines, especially, that was actually pretty decent at doing MIDI. And on the CoCo3, we had some pretty good tracking stuff and music editing tools and players for MIDI stuff. Ultimusic is the one I'm most familiar with, which we've actually had demonstrated on the show a few years back. I think the Atari ST was probably the next major one, and I think the 2GS and the Amiga both had some pretty decent MIDI software as well too. We're one of the few 8-bits I think that actually had like multiple choices, Lyra and CoCo MIDI Pro and Ultimuse and a bunch of others. So kind of cool. We had that history, and I've actually been to concerts locally here back in the 90s and saw both Atari STs and CoCo3s being used to drive MIDI. And of course, Brian Schubing, anytime he's at CoCo Fest, sets up that whole corner to just blast out the tunes as loud as possible. So thanks, Brian, for uploading that. Frederic, you're still on the call, I presume?
Yep.
Okay, I don't know, do you want me to play a certain part, or do you want to just talk about it while we all look at your avatar here?
I guess you can play a bit, but yeah, basically, this is my third iteration of episode 1, like I mentioned off off show earlier. A tiny rewind. No, go ahead. And I owe you from episode 0. A quick who am I and what are we building refresher. Hi, I'm the guy so introverted I chose talk to a camera as a side hobby. Great plan, right? And yes,
working so far.
To put the bit with Liam Neeson wannabe.
Well, I thought I'd show this here because this kind of covers what the project is, and
yeah.
So are each of these just kind of you're going to do like an episode on each of these specific subjects, or is this just kind of a general overview?
That's a general overview, but it may be several episodes per point, if you will, like the core. Like I have to cut it up because it's too complex. I'm using PLDs for all the background logic in it, and there are interdependencies because of the MMU, because of the variable programmable clock. There's the shadow RAM. I need to cut away the ROM from the process because once everything's shadow copy. So everything is intertwined because I'm using 4 PLDs. And that's why I'm probably going to switch eventually to I made a little circuit. I don't know if you can see it, but circuit board which will take another PLD, which is the ATF 1508, which is 100 pin. Is it 100? Yeah, it's 64 pin. So I can put everything into one, but it's going to take a few episodes just to go through the PLDs because I want to show people how they freaking work, because otherwise it's going to be like one magic black box, right? And I don't want to confuse people.
Don't want that to happen.
Yeah. But basically, here you've got this one slide that kind of covers the various subjects you'll be covering, and then you kind of give like very brief rundowns of what each part is.
Exactly. And I tried to spice things up with a bit of corny humor. Oh yeah, that's the bit I played. I really like that one.
Yep. Come on, YouTube.
Let's talk about options. When we think of solid modern alternatives, we usually tend to think of FPGAs, and rightly so. But those require a very particular set of skills. Skills acquired over a very long career. Skills that make FPGA engineers a nightmare for the hobbyists like you and me. They will find you, and they will teach you Verilog. And what we often overlook is the microcontroller. And right now,
I'm not going to play the whole thing because I want to encourage people to go check it out.
Exactly.
And you're currently working on the next episode.
Yep.
And subscribe to his channel.
Absolutely. At Micro Hobbyist.
Yep. As you can see down here, Micro Hobbyist on YouTube. Let's get him over that 1,000 subscriber mark.
Oh, yeah. I'm almost there. It's strange because, 962 now. The next episode is going to be CPU with no clock. It's going to be generated by a microcontroller, the Arduino Mega, because I'm going to do a version 2 of the no operation test. Well, it's going to be done with the Arduino Mega because it's going to be past the bus buffers. Because next episode is going to be PLDs, and I need a way to test the PLDs, right? I can't just go and hook everything up and hope for the best. So yeah, it's gonna do a rundown of every possibility and test the variable clock.
You got a schematic for that?
Variable. What's that?
You got a schematic for that?
Yes, I do. I'm actually working on it right now.
Oh, no spoilers. We got to wait for the episode.
Oh, that's right. That's true. That's true. I can't do that.
Okay, stay tuned.
Yeah. Yep. Stay tuned for the next.
And I will mention he's got a ton of outtakes that are quite funny at the end too. So
yeah,
give us a heads up next time too.
Do you have any expected date when you think the next episode will be out for people to catch up on this one or eagerly awaiting the next one?
I would say I'm tomorrow. I'm doing some stuff on it, so I presume probably by next week if I'm lucky.
Okay,
And it's
cool.
not going to be like a half an hour like this one was. That one was like 36 minutes, a bit too long, especially for a talking head and a
Geez, have you
fool
seen our
as a
show?
talking head. But so it should run around 15 minutes. I'm going to try to make them 15 so it's more watchable, and it's people won't just flip away and go to another video.
Not off in the middle, and they didn't see the end of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. We run this thing for 4 to 5 hours half the time.
Snappy, yeah.
Oh yeah.
All right, thanks for doing those. And it looks like we actually helped you find some possible drivers to use the serial chip you're planning on using. So
yeah,
that'll help you with your Nexus 9 port.
I also, if you don't like the humor, do say so. But I try to spice things up a bit, just so it's less boring. At the end, also, I love but you should go and watch it, because at the end, I made a CPU blow up.
Nice. Did it
Like
pop?
right near the
Did
end,
it make
or-
a little hole in the
Yeah,
middle?
just
or?
before that. Yeah. Just right
This
there.
one?
Yeah, this one.
Okay.
Retro gods, please accept these gold-plated CPU sockets as tribute. See you in the next episode.
That was a live demonstration of me soldering. Anyway, so definitely go check the episode out. Actually, if you have any questions, if you're on the CoCo Discord, Frederic is very active on the CoCo Discord, so you can actually ask him direct questions. And of course, keep your eye out for the next episode as well. Next up after that, now this is something I was mentioning last week. Actually, I think it was one of the links that was broke, wasn't it, Mark?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. So a person named John Pappas, I'm not sure if I was pronouncing his name right, but hopefully pretty close. He said, I've had mega requests from TRS-80 fans. They want me to build a TRS-80 CoCo3 laptop. My CoCo2 is a success, which we did show before. The new 3 was sensational. Stay tuned for the world's first proper CoCo3 portable computer. Now, obviously, PortaCoCo might have some words about that. The difference is here, though, he's actually making a custom case, I believe, to contain the battery and to flip up the screen and everything else, whereas PortaCoCo is kind of doing add-ons, so you're not actually modifying your original CoCo3 case. You can restore it to stock.
It's bring
at
your
any
own
point.
monitor situation. Where this one's
And your own
open as you
battery, which
go.
you can just pick up at Home Depot or whatever. But
Oh yeah.
but as he puts here on this little slide, he said, first time in the world integrating a 10-inch color display in the casing. You can see like the keyboard's not on the front, so you basically lift this up and it comes out. Now he does mention here one thing that was a little bit disappointing to me, but hopefully he releases the files and stuff on how to make this. But he says there will only be one and no more. I just build these computers as a hobby and for my own collection. So this is not a commercial thing that he's planning on doing. If anybody wants a truly portable CoCo3, the built-in screen and battery.
I'm sure
so
if there's
if-
enough of us trying to convince him, it's going to change.
Yeah. And what I wanted to ask you guys, because obviously most of you have been to the fest and stuff and seen PortaCoCo's solution, which is basically like adding on to an existing CoCo3 case. What is your opinions on the differences between the different design goals? One, which is to keep the original case stock and intact. You can revert at any time, but you can add in the portability of a screen, wireless communications, and a battery, versus one where you're kind of like custom designing everything to be like a brand new CoCo3P or something like that.
Well, it sounds like Charlie has another goal.
Right.
Yep.
Well, so I'm assuming this one is going to be, we make concessions to use a custom battery because that way we can cram it all in one box, and you open the screen and there's the keyboard, and it's kind of a hold it under your arm CoCo that's done and ready to go. Where Charlie's is more of a, you take your CoCo out of your case and put it on the table and plug in a drill battery and throw in a monitor, and it's probably more capable, but not as portable. That's what I think I'm seeing between the two.
Yeah, this one would definitely be more portable because, I mean, the extra weight of the battery, it's a fairly large battery on the PortaCoCo. And of course, the screen's added on top of the case existing. Well, in this case here, it's kind of built into the flip up top lid part.
There's a battery.
So this would be
in that
smaller. Sorry?
laptop? Is there a battery in that laptop?
Well, there could be. I think he's insinuating.
I think he
there
mentions
is.
that, doesn't he? Maybe not in this particular post. He did a couple
Probably
posts on
like
this
a
when he was
flat-
first talking about it. So
I mean, it's costing
Probably got a flat
complexity.
lithium, probably.
the portable CoCo is elegant because you get dirt cheap batteries from Home Depot and stick them on your portable CoCo. But if you give that up, you can come up with a much smaller package, you know, build the SDC inside it, and away you go.
Mm-hmm.
I have to say, I hate Facebook's current definition of all comments, where it just hides most of them anyway.
Some of them, yeah.
Idiots.
My biggest complaint with Facebook is it's like shows you only the relevant ones, and there's only 20 posts. Well, why can't I just see all of them?
Yeah, but well, they used to let me do that.
I mean, if there's 5,000 of them, if there's 5,000 of them, show me the most relevant ones.
The
But
20 we thought that,
Yeah. The other thing is too is like the direct links to these. Like if you right click on the date stamp and you open another window, it used to open the separate page of just that post. Now it does a stupid pop up, which restricts the size of it and everything else. Oh, I hate Facebook's stupid.
Like be on the mobile view always.
Yeah, and here's where somebody was asking for dibs to get on the spot to buy one. He says, "Nope, this is just a little hobby, just show it."
But the case really looks professional, though.
well, I'm sure it's Photoshop, but
Depends. You might have a 3D printer. Just did
it's a good
3D mold.
I mean, it's a good concept, I think. To open up the area over the keyboard, and that's the screen. That's what a CoCo 3 should be.
Yeah, here it is zoomed up a bit, but I mean, it basically looks like a CoCo 3 case with the entire keyboard section, including the bezel around it, is basically just solid plastic, and the screen must be on the inside of that when you lift it up. So I'm guessing. And
So
10-inch would be a fairly decent size, I think, for a screen. I know on the Porta CoCo you can basically there's multiple different screens you hook up. So depending how much weight you want to add to it, you can choose larger or smaller screens. All right, for those who are didn't see it last week because I gave the wrong link, there you go. That's what he's doing. Next up, speaking of Antonio Caballero, he actually, of course, designed the cartridge holder and the SD card holder we talked about earlier with the Tony Licari. Had one printed for him on behalf of Craig Marshall in Australia. But he's also taking that wonderful game we talked about earlier as well, Dungeons of Daggerath, and he's actually making 3D models of the characters, which I thought is really cool. So there's kind of a modeling on the computer what they're going to look like, and he's adding some details to some of them, more so obviously in the wireframe graphics that Daggerath itself uses. And here's an actually 3D printed one of I think one of the trolls basically. And here's the complete cast, including the few that they kind of cheated on. Like there's two different versions of the knight. One just has a sword, one is a sword and a shield. You got the trolls with the club, and the other one with the axe. Though in this case, it's flipped sideways. But the cool thing here is he actually did one of the wizards, added some detail to it, and he actually shows it kind of rotating so you can see the thing from all angles. So this is kind of cool.
Interesting.
These are cool. Yeah.
And he always shares his 3D prints here. So if you guys have 3D printers, you want to make some of these and have some like real life Daggerath stuff in your collection there.
Put them on your CoCo shelf with the cartridge.
Yeah. I know some people that play Dungeons and Dragons have the little pewter figurines, and sometimes they kind of like make, mock up tabletops of the maze they're going through, the dungeon, whatever they are, and then you kind of move your characters around. And this would be kind of the same thing you do with Daggerath. So maybe we'll make a board game version of Daggerath on top of all the different ports that are happening. This is an update to a post from last week as well. So Alison Deneau was kind of disappeared from the CoCo scene for a little bit there, but came back for Septandy and released a program called Character Doctor, which is basically a set of routines and stuff to edit and display text characters on a P Mode 4 graphics screen, and written in Extended Color Basic. She's added this new deluxe version that she just uploaded this week that you can now download from the Google Drive link that she's got on the post on Facebook. It's also in the show notes directly if you want to go get it there too. The deluxe one basically adds in virtually all the CoCo's punctuation set, and also adds upper and lowercase characters because the original version only did uppercase. And she tried to copy the style of the 6847 T1's character set, including the lowercase stuff. So You can use this in your own basic program. So you got full permission from her. So if you want to put in some text on a P-Mode 4 screen and don't want to have to draw all the darn things yourself, there's a freebie you can use as much as you want on Facebook in the CoCo Facebook group. And there's actually what you can download. It's got a README first and some of the character stuff and the disk image. If you want to just grab that and start playing with it immediately. Once again, the link is directly in the show notes. Unless you can read this small text up here, you can grab it from there too. Next up, we have, I am not sure how to pronounce this, Jace Cisnero. I'm probably absolutely butchering that. But he posted, or she posted in the CoCo Facebook group that they're trying to go through the undragon source code with the goal of porting it to the Amiga. And he had some questions here. So he was trying to get the, we talked about it a bit earlier, but the algorithm that Dagrath uses to do the randomization from a specific seed to generate the 5 floor plan maps. So they always come out the exact same. And because it's algorithmic, you don't have to save all the data for the level itself. So it actually cuts the code size down pretty drastically in the ROM card. And they weren't quite sure, or he wasn't quite sure exactly how that would work. But in the comments here, he actually did mention that he did figure it out. And there's also been some suggestions of feature creep. That never happens in our show.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, exactly. But he's got his own YouTube channel. So he actually has a link, and he's actually got 2 Dungeons Dagrath related posts already. But he finally got the dungeon working here. So he posts a screenshot of it actually generating one of the floor maps. And this is the very first one.
So that's interesting. If they use the same idea, does the 68,000 come up with the same result given the same seed?
Well, if the algorithm is done right, it would, but it has to do how the random generator and seed works.
Is it always the same within the 68,000, or is it always the same?
It is now. That's where he was having problems because originally it wasn't matching, and then he figured out how to duplicate the algorithm. And I think he writes in C too. He doesn't write in assembly, but he's got it working now. So the maps are coming out exactly identical to the original cart.
So he's got to pretend to be an 8-bit when he does his random number, even though he's a 16-bit CPU.
Well, I'm trying to remember. Like, I wish William Asta would join the show once in a while because I don't know if the Dagrath one is it like strictly 8-bit or is it 16-bit math to generate random number seeds and the generation of the numbers based on the seed. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Town mentioned something about it
because we have 16-bit registers, so you could do a 16-bit one fairly easy as well.
Right, but when you see the random number generator, what comes out? Is it the same thing between what 6809 does and what the 68,000
It is
does?
now. Like I said, he wrote this in C, not 68,000 assembler. So.
Well, yeah, I know, but he's depending on. Well, never mind. I have to
he got it to work anyway because originally it was not matching. And this update here, this post I'm showing you right now, basically says, "Good news! I'm now accurately generating dungeons without hard coding anything other than the seeds." So the entire thing's coming out of the algorithm matching the CoCo. So anyway, here he is himself. And he's got like 2 videos. So he's talking about in September and kind of part of Septandy that he's working on porting Dungeons & Dagrath to the Amiga. Now, one thing I know Nick and I had kind of talked about this, and Nick, love to hear your thoughts on this. What improvements could you do on the Amiga versus the CoCo version? And the only 2 things I can think of is instead of using less and less pixels to make the darker stuff further away, or if your torch is fading, you're only doing pixels every 5 scan lines or something. You could actually replace it with grays because the Amiga with 4096 colors, 12-bit color would have 16 shades of gray. So you could actually make it solid lines, but just getting darker and darker. And I think it'd be kind of cool because right now, Dagrath, one of the things that was unique about it back in the day was that you had the monsters each with unique sounds, but they also got louder or quieter depending how far away they were from you. Well, the Amiga built-in supports stereo, so you could also add stereo, so you actually hear them coming from like the left side or from the right. And I don't know if there's anything else I can think of. Nick, did you have any thoughts on that?
No, it depends. I don't know if this guy is actually trying to make a flashy, version of it. I think he's at this stage concentrating on just getting it ported. So I don't know if he's going to do any enhancements at all. I hope he does. Yeah, that would be good, those things. But yeah.
Subscribe.
And he's like kind of fiddling with the algorithm to draw the
when I
balls.
find out.
And then he did his first one where he's really delving into this. Is where he's getting the random number seeds and stuff that we were just talking about. And this one's pretty short. It's a minute and a half. Now, I'm not going to play the whole thing, but I'll play a little bit so you can kind of get an idea where he's going with it.
Hello YouTube, Facebook, and anyone else out there on the internet watching this video. Over the last few days, I've been working on porting Dungeons of Daggeroth from the TRS-80 to the Amiga. This is kind of a side project I'm using as a way to both take a break from Fuselage VM as well as try to get Fuselage Amiga somewhat caught up with the main branch. Things started off a little shaky because even though I was able to get a decent little representation of the dungeon up on the screen, I didn't have accurate dungeon data to build the display off of. I had one of two choices. One, hard code the level data and just use that, or two, port the original dungeon generator.
Now I'll leave it up to the viewer to watch the rest and figure out which way he chose. But as you can see here, he's got, .c extension. So this is like a C version of it. And for those of you that know the original Daggeroth is like an 8K cartridge here, you can already see the source code, like the random things like 34K and the map. Level 1 ping, that's I guess that's the image here, but Dungeon 1C code is 16K, so you can obviously see it's a lot bigger than the original code for Daggeroth, which actually has been published, and William Astl's done modifications to it. He knows that probably that code better than probably anybody besides the original author. But yeah, he's been kind of building up to this, and he's kind of rapid fire bringing the videos out a bit more often. So I'm really curious to see where he goes with it, if he does plan doing any enhancements or not, as Nick and some others. I did see he mentioned, like Kevin Holloway in the chat mentioned Stair Sound for Monsters, which is something I think would be cool too. Exile Paradise says Daggeroth and the Amiga sounds awesome. I think it would sound awesome, literally. And Mark Oberzer, are you actually talking with CoCoMan via the?
Why, yes, I am. I'm talking to CoCoMan live right now.
Is that something you can share so we can hear the audio quality coming from the
Probably not easily, but I could stick the earpiece of my phone up to the mic. See? Hey, CoCoMan, talk loud. Talk loud. Hear anything?
That works.
Yeah,
barely.
I can hear it.
Barely,
faint, but I can hear it.
Yeah, I don't have an audio interface, unfortunately. So anyway, okay. Yes, I'm talking to CoCoMan live. If you want to talk to CoCoMan, call that number and that extension. Hit the pound sign.
Probably
bumped in the number.
Much better than you could do calling his cell phone right now.
Yeah, probably.
That's in the streaming chat, but for those of you listening on audio that want to bug Jason and can't see that,
yeah, read the number.
Call 312-319-9866. Hit the number sign or pound sign, depending on what country you're from, what you want to call it, and dial the extension 2360. And that will be on both today and tomorrow at VCF Midwest, I'm presuming?
Yeah, it should be on both days. So, yeah, give him a ring.
Yep. So after September 14th, 2025, if you're watching this years in the future, don't do it.
Yep, won't be there. Okay, well, I'm going to let Jason go.
Okay.
Okay, Jason's available. Call now.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you could actually get a busy signal, right? Can't just merge the
Theoretically,
call.
I bet. Although maybe they have call waiting. Who knows?
Oh,
we don't know how complicated their switch is.
Yeah.
Everyone
so this next story,
up the switch.
This next story has actually been hitting the news actually a fair bit, like wider news. Basically, Microsoft released the 6502 basic source code as open source. And from what I heard earlier yesterday or today, there's already 240 GitHub branches of this of people doing their own modifications to it. So hopefully they're fixing the bugs. But basically, this is a 6502. And I've heard from some people, I think Exile of Paradise was one of them, that apparently Microsoft does not have the 6809 code anymore, hasn't found it. What? And we're kind of hoping that this might get found. But I know obviously the Dragon version has been found.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. Now, the one I would really like is the Advanced Color Basic, the one for the Deluxe. Because Microsoft, from what Mark Siegel has said, is basically it was done. It was complete. In fact, I think it got renamed from Advanced Basic to Deluxe Basic, I think. Okay. And we've seen some of the extra commands and stuff on the prototype version that Brian Weisler has that we got from Robert Kilgus. So I would love to see that version if Microsoft ever finds that.
But that one was saved in the we never got paid for this folder, so.
Yeah,
we probably won't. They released this because they just found the 6502 source and said, "Hey, let's open source it."
Yeah, I mean the Dragon one is basically probably pretty close to the CoCo one, and we do have the original source from a printout from that's been scanned in and digitized up. But
we know that all the versions, the Commodore version, the Apple II, AppleSoft version, and the CoCo version, all have the same hidden Microsoft exclamation point at the end of the sign table.
Oh, right, yeah.
That was all for Jack.
Yep.
We didn't want to pay for anything.
Yep.
Anyway, just from a historical point, actually getting the original documented, commented source code from Microsoft original 6.502 BASIC
Nice.
is really cool. And I do hope they managed to find some of the other versions that they also did, because this was made to be somewhat portable between CPUs. They used some of the basic, pardon my pun, code, for different CPUs and stuff, and they just had the things they would turn on and off for like a
I'm
Z80
sure this
versus.
is tied into the original tape-based Altar BASIC in many ways.
Oh, Mark Siegel saying
just
Tandy did pay for the deluxe BASIC. I thought, Mark, you'd said
Oh,
earlier they
did.
hadn't.
Okay.
That there was one thing they were pissed about, that they didn't get paid for because they were supposed to get royalty checks based on how many were sold or something. Maybe I'm misunderstanding. Maybe they got paid for the initial port, but not they were expecting the royalties of selling deluxe CoCos.
Probably got
obviously.
the engineering time covered, but none
Yeah.
of the royalties after.
Yeah, the royalties were a little thin.
Well, since it was never released, yeah, they're a little thin.
Yeah. But I would love to see the full version of that. So anybody from Microsoft listening to this, like that's happening. If you find it, please, I would love to see the release of that, because we can update the ROMs on Brian's thing and actually update the ones on Boise's too. And we might have a few deluxes that were, where they would have been if it had been released, not canceled at the last minute.
Can't find it.
Next up after that, we have Chris Poacher, who's in charge of the Microdeal page on Facebook, and that's a private group, semi-private actually. Basically, if you apply, he'll let you in. Might do a couple questions, make sure you're human. But he decided to do some Microdeal goodness from HCW, which is Home Computing Weekly, which is a weekly magazine published in the UK for all the various machines that were out in the day in the early 80s, late 70s. And he covered some stuff here for the Dragon 32 specifically, including some ads, some articles, etc. And I thought it'd be kind of cool to go through the pages he added here, so you can see Microdeal, 6 great new programs for the Dragon 32, which included the official Frogger, Space Shuttle, originally by Tom Mix, Cuthbert Goes Walkabout, which was an Amador clone that Tom Mix briefly sold on behalf of Microdeal in North America. There's a couple ads for it. Morocco Grand Prix from Computerware. Golf, I can't remember which version that is. That could be the Tom Mix one, might be the Aardvark one. And the Composer, which was the very first commercial 4-voice program for the CoCo. A little bit scratchier. They actually managed to smooth out the algorithms a bit later when they did Musica, so it comes out a bit smoother. But it definitely did 4 voices at once. Even did little semi-graphics animations, so you had something to watch, almost a kaleidoscope while it's playing. That was the very first 4-voice music program I ever used. And here they're doing a full-page ad for Space Shuttle, the original Tom Mix one by John Fraze. Of course, in black and white, because that's what it would look like on PAL. And it actually didn't look too bad. I mean, most of the controls and stuff are just basically black and white anyway. The only real artifact color was the sky and some of the mountains and stuff. So it looked pretty good. And of course, it's the official Frogger with an actual screenshot. And of course, it's available for the CoCo as well. And then they have an interview with some of the people at Microdeal as to why they decided to support the Dragon as much as they did. So I'm not going to spoil anything and read this out, but it's a very interesting little article, so you definitely should go check it out. And this is from the 29th of November, 1983 issue of Home Computing Weekly. And now they got Colossal Cuthbert, and now available for the Commodore 16. Because Microdeal did make stuff for a lot of other computers. In fact, after the Dragon kind of died off, they kept going for a little bit, publishing for even some of the 60-bit machines, if I remember correctly. Here's Cuthbert, the Tombs of Doom, which I don't think was a Dragon release at all. Say unless I'm missing it here. Oh, yeah, 64, C64 only, by the looks of it. I don't know if that was ever going to get backported, but there's one originally by Screenplay in the US. Danger Age was actually one of my favorite 16K games. And here they mentioned they have versions C64, the Atari 16K, the Dragon 32, and the Tandy Color, with colors spelled correctly, of course. But that's a fun one. That's another Ken Kalish one. Mark in the Mark Siegel in the chat, there's also kind of doing some follow-ups here. So Tandy did play for Deluxe Basic, no royalty, but dev costs paid. Remember, it's octal code. Not sure what that's referring to. Microsoft Easter egg in Basic, and he's got a link to that. That's from Mark Overholzer. And Mark also says the Easter egg is found in the CoCo's Basic, Applesoft Basic, Commodore Basic. Yeah, there's a couple. There's the spelling at Microsoft, and it wasn't there
Exclamation point.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've actually looked in all the different ROMs. It's like, yep, it's in there.
Yeah. And then Davey Mitchell, who's also Dragon Order, that has done some YouTube videos that we've covered and written his own games for the Dragon, says Microdeal made hardware for the Atari and the Amigas as well.
They certainly promoted it much better in the UK, didn't they? All those ads and things. Full page.
Well, there was full
adverts.
page ads for Danger Ranger, though it wasn't quite this good looking. The screenplay ones, I think, were like 3-color ads.
Hmm.
And Tom Mix did have full page ads, like kind of like,
Yeah, Tom Mix did. That's right.
you know, this type of style or this.
Yeah.
But yeah, not too many. I mean, Spectral did, Dicom did, Sundog, Tom Mix, Computer Shack slash.
Yeah.
Why am I blanking on their name after they had to get it changed because Tandy complained?
Blanking also.
Yeah. Mitchtron, because they're from Michigan.
Right.
Next up, Retrogamer Gen X on YouTube did a almost 12-minute video here, kind of a look at the Radio Shack Tandy computers, kind of a history thing. It's part of the Septandy, of course. So he goes through Model 1 and Model 100 and a few others, and he does a little section on the CoCo as well, which I think's up over here. So I'll just play a little clip of that, not the whole thing. But it's kind of an interesting, like, take from an outsider of us as what the Tandy line of computers was like.
While the TRS-80 line handled business and classrooms, Radio Shack also wanted to reach hobbyists and gamers. Enter the Color Computer, or the CoCo for short, launched in 1980. Based on the Motorola 6809 chip,
and he puts a 6800 chip
Microsoft
Oh, yeah, he put a
Visual Basic,
6800.
and later expanded with Microware's OS9, a multitasking operating system. The CoCo 3, released in 1986, added the custom GIMIX chip, more RAM, and real 80-column text. The CoCo earned a cult following that still exists to this day.
I did like the fact he mentioned OS 9. That was good. He redeemed himself a little bit for having the 1600. I mean, it's got like his kind of take on, you know, the other machines as well, right from the Model 1 to the Model 100, etc. So next up, and I believe 8-Bits Basement is hopefully still in the chat here. So he did his next vlog and his Super Shooty Aliens. In this case, he's kind of gives a recap of where he had left off, and then he starts getting into. And this is something Nick has gone through doing development games for the CoCo1, 2, and the Dragon 3264. Do you want to just shoot for the artifact colors? What happens if you have to play it on a PAL machine that doesn't have artifacting? I mean, modern TVs kind of let you get around that somewhat. So he did some comparisons like his scrolling star field and moving the ship around it. What does it look like with P4 artifacting? The exact same graphics. How does it look when you don't have artifacting? And then he also compares it with SG24, where you get the fat pixels, but you get, you know, a black background, black border. Does this sound familiar to Nick at all?
Yeah.
So here's you know,
which is
Starfield
like the
black and
CoCo
white.
I have here in Europe, or any of the Dragon 30.
And here it is with artifacting enabled.
And
yeah,
said, look, this
not
looks
quite
really good 'cause I've
right.
got a black
Not
background.
quite right.
I've got
Well,
lovely.
he's running under XROR, so it's not perfect.
Yeah,
but-
he's running it under XRAW. That's right. If you run it on a real Dragon or CoCo, a PAL one, you don't get the artifacting. You only get the artifacting if you have NTSC output from the computer.
Yeah, you get this instead.
You get a
work
different
great.
type of ugly.
Oh, that's right.
artifact.
Yeah, you get those kind of purples.
Yeah,
and
those purple and
greens
green
stuff.
stripes and crap.
Right.
Yeah.
So he wasn't too keen on that. He liked the way the artifacted colors look, but of course it's not going to look that way on the other
It's
machines.
not going to look like that on a real machine, no.
Yeah. So then he decided to try P mode 3, which gives you fully controlled colors, but
that
you know,
kind of way maybe look
So
better.
much green.
The problem is a blue background is
yeah.
kind of
I'm
hard.
feeling
Now he could have
calm
changed it to a
already.
blue background, but then you have the green border still around it, which is something that
Yeah,
bugs the heck
yeah.
out of Nick, which is
Yep.
why he likes in the gimme you can shut that off.
Yep.
But then he decided to do an SG24. So this would be like some of the Dragon games we've covered that use SG24 for arcade style games. And even though the pixels are quite a bit wider and fatter, it still gives you the black background. And of course, it gives you 9 colors, including black, you can choose from. And that's, of course, what Nick and I did that one little series of videos and CoCoTech on. And, of course, your game that you ported from the Atari 2600, of course. That
Hero.
Is SG20. I think you used SG12 in that case, but
yeah, 12.
Yeah, I think it looks quite a bit better.
Bullets are kind of wide.
And he's showing the
thin.
shooting and is moving
We'll be
vertically,
fixing that
shooting
up as well.
sideways.
But the logic works
The
in exactly
stars
the
are a little
same
bit faint. Hope we can
So-
see in the background there.
I'm pretty sure that this here is the screen mode I'm going to be using.
There you go. See?
Because it
And
serves
you kept
Europe
saying I
well,
was
and
stupid.
it'll work equally well.
Well, yeah, it had nothing to do with this, but
That's why all my Coco 1 and 2 games were done with semi-graphics mode.
yeah, or pure, CG6 or something,
Yeah, yeah.
or CG, whatever the heck it's called. PMO 3, I'll call it. Yeah, and we've seen, like, I'm trying to remember that something swoop. Ken
Yeah,
might
I
remember.
that. Yeah, some.
Yeah, because basically, instead of doing the wide pixels like this, you actually use the period. Like you'd have individual pixels of the stars. You'd still get that dark green background on it because it's not pure black.
Yeah, that's right.
But it actually gave you pointed stars at least. So I'm not sure which of those two looks better. What's your opinion on that, Nick, or anybody else in the panel?
Well, unless you make the entire background that really dark green background as well, using the characters to do the
Yeah, like an
period.
inverted space type thing. Yeah.
Yeah, it still would be a bit bright. I think that what he's doing there right now, it might be the best of it, even though the stars look a bit rectangular-ish.
Yeah, I don't think it looks too bad. Like once they're in motion, I don't think it
Yeah, once
loses
they're
a bit of
moving,
the.
all right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. I agree.
And he's made a lot of progress considering we just watched the other video last week. I think that one worked for you, Mark. Just where he's had the ship moving left, right, up, down. And then he had the second one about just, getting stars to animate on a scroll. And now he's already got, the stars animating underneath your shots and underneath the player. And he's made a lot of progress in a short time. And considering he only started learning assembly language, about 2 years ago?
Yeah.
He's progressed pretty good. Looking forward to the game, actually. Anyway, check out the full video. It kind of goes into some explanations of his design choices and, of course, some of the coding that actually happened to create all this stuff and get it to work.
Yeah, he's doing well.
Next up, we just talked to Richard Lubieski, if you guys were watching earlier when we were doing the live walkthrough of VCF Midwest going on right now in Schaumburg, Illinois, but he's kind of pre-announcing the new Boomerang 2 meg. The main change here is that the DAT board, which plugs into the CPU socket, used to be a pretty large daughter board that you also had to plug in the 6309 or 6809 into that. And of course, it had the extra hardware for adding the extra 2 bits to the MU, so you can actually access from 512K up to 2 meg. Because he's using the PLCC version of the 609, which is a square chip, it takes a lot less real estate in the board. And now the little board that plugs into the CPU socket is not much bigger than the original CPU. So it's taking a lot less room, a lot less chance to overheat. And of course, he's got his cool boomerang-shaped board with static RAM here for the full 2 meg. And this one actually has a curved boomerang, because I think his original ones were pretty more square.
Yes, they look like a square, L square.
Yeah. Whereas this looks like a real boomerang, right, Nick? Because it's from the place where they came from.
I should buy one just for that.
That might buy.
Now, I couldn't quite catch everything Richard was saying on the live stream there, but I think he said he's not leaving that design to be exact same, or did I misunderstand him?
He's changing the connectors, I read.
Just connectors, so maybe the boomerang shape.
The CPU being built into the boomerang already and stuff, I think, is the design. So you aren't stacking it under your CPU. You're replacing your CPU with this.
The CPU is on the DAT board, not the boomerang.
Yeah.
The boomerang is the memory board itself.
We're talking about the changes in the system are the connector is going to be different than what you see here, but basically having the CPU in this built in with the DAT situation, it just comes that way. So the CPU knows to feed the 2 wires to do the 2 meg, essentially.
Yeah, and the 2 higher bits here are these 2 wires going over to the actual memory.
Correct.
And I guess he's going to make that cuter, but yeah.
Yeah, like I mentioned on the call, I'm really glad Richard is getting this one back up and running because 2 meg is something that, especially if you're getting the Nitrous 9, it's really, really handy. And there's some software coming out that will support it even for regular disk basic. But we do need some competition to help keep prices down, and also because a lot of the time, if Mark's on holidays during the summer, because he does tend to go out hunting and stuff, you may not be able to get one for weeks on end. So this would be a way to have two sources.
Different solutions. When some mystery chip just disappears for no reason, the other guy might still have his. So that's a good reason for.
Well, that's a thing we've hit with Ed Snyder's stuff here, because CoCo SDCs now we do have a second with Retro Rewind, for example, and actually Boys in Tech, Richard Lebesky's company is also doing SDC kits as well too. So
right.
Especially for the more popular items, it's quite nice to have these alternatives. Like it'd be really nice if people for MC10s, for example, could get the MCX 32 SD, but you have to try to catch the 6 that Ed got a chance to make once every 4 months. And if you miss out that one day it came out, then you're not getting it for another 6 months type thing. So I'm glad we're getting more and more second sources. It also proves that the CoCo market is actually pretty healthy if you're constantly selling out of one, and if other people can enter in and still make some money on it, it must be selling pretty well.
We all just have to sort out the current troubles so we can ship these things, because there's
the tariff thing hopefully will get resolved sooner rather than later. That's not helping anybody. Anyway, he's got some really nice close-up screenshots or shots here of the actual board. You can see it's still got the Guardian Plus thing. That's the one that actually will protect the CPU. Now, I don't know if the PLCC version of the 639, is that any big price difference compared to the DIP version? Does anybody know?
I don't think
it
so.
doesn't matter. It's soldered into the product. So
now he's going to put a socket on it. So it will have a socket.
Well, no, you'll see it. It's right there.
Yeah, but I think he's planning on putting a socket. Otherwise, there's no point really having it because you have to replace the whole board anyway.
I'm not sure if it's available in PLCC.
I think it is. I think there's still
a
lot of.
It is for sure. Retro Rewind. Frank's told me he's actually had those too. He has a bunch.
Not as predominant, but there's some left at UT Source.
Yeah, there was talk that Hitachi, because dips are getting less and less common for the military reasons that they're keeping the 639 around, that the PLCCs will be the last man standing. That'll be the ones that you can get at the end, that you won't be able to get the dip ones. So this is kind of future proofing as well, to be honest.
Yep.
There's a zoom up of the little board itself, which I can probably zoom up a bit more.
Oh, is this the old one where you plugged a CPU on top?
Yeah, that looks like the old one.
That's what that
Yeah,
is. You had to plug your dip on top.
No, this is the bottom of it. So he has header pins that he puts in the bottom of
Oh,
the
right. He showed us that, didn't he? You're right.
Okay. Let's make it all clear.
Yeah, these.
There we go.
All
Stick
right.
those in and flip it over. Okay.
Yeah.
So it's all standard parts, and you don't have to do any funky hand soldering.
There's a socket.
And here's that adapter we've covered on the show before that Richard didn't make,
yes.
but he's kind of going the same route where you can just adapt the 44-pin PLCC
Is the
version
adapter, okay.
onto the
That makes sense.
40-pin dip. And of course, you can see how much smaller the square version is compared to the dip version. Like that's a lot less real estate space.
That gives him room to put a whole 2 meg upgrade on.
And he's running the 3 megahertz version too, which is awesome.
And a real-time clock.
And he was actually running it, Richard, what's that, Cavelli, is that his last name? That wrote the CoCo 3 RAM stress test, so it actually handles up to 8 meg machines.
Mm-hmm.
And he's testing it here with the 2048K, which is 2 meg RAM, so it's working. And of course, he had it working when he sold the Boomerang years ago too, so. And back to the beginning. So anyway, he said he's going to hopefully have it out by Thanksgiving. I'm presuming he means American Thanksgiving because that's in the end of November, right?
Right.
Rather than the Canadian Thanksgiving, which is in October. And we'll have to see what the price is because once again, tariffs on ordering chips and sockets and all this kind of stuff is a bit of a pain in the butt at the moment.
Right. What is the Supreme Court going to say next week? Because it's up.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, they're rushing that one through, aren't they, about the legality of the tariffs?
Yeah.
stay tuned. Next up, I'm going to play this one in its entirety, just because Taylor and Amy are friends of the show. They're actually at VCF right now. They're actually will be playing live. But if you remember from last year's VCF, and you actually, if you've been to CoCo Fest, you know that Taylor and Amy have written songs for our show as well. A couple of years in a row, they've actually played some stuff. And of course, they've done videos on the CoCo. They've done videos on the MC10. And they've been kind of busy with life and busy with doing the album. They've actually got an album out now, so I want to mention that too, which actually Veronica will kind of talk about here. But basically, the band, the Stop Bits, is made up of Veronica Explains, Taylor and Amy, of course, and then I keep forgetting, is it Shane, something like that? Action Retro. Ken Waters would know if he was listening, and apparently he's not. He's dead asleep, folks.
Feeding the squirrels.
So anyway, yeah, they collectively came together to become a band, and they're writing songs that are based on tech subjects and retro tech subjects in particular. So they've actually got their first EP ready. It just got released this week. It's called Return from Interrupt, which of course is the RTI instruction on a 6809 and some other machines as well. And it's on Bandcamp, so you can actually order it or you can listen to it on Bandcamp as well. I'm assuming they'll be playing probably every song on the album, because I think it's 5 or 6 songs. I'll show you in a second here. And so I'll play Veronica's kind of explanation of what they're doing, and I'll show you what the actual Bandcamp link, and we'll, of course, get the Bandcamp link directly from the show notes. You can check it out yourself. You can actually support them by actually buying the album too if you want to. But I'll let Veronica explain what's going on, because that's what she does. She's Veronica Explains.
This summer, I've been hard at work with my bandmates, Sean from Action Retro, as well as Taylor and Amy from the Taylor and Amy Show. And I am very pleased to announce that today, September 5th, 2025, a day that happens to be Bandcamp Friday, the Stop Bits just released our debut EP called Return from Interrupt. I mixed and mastered this EP myself. Let me know if you want to see a separate video in which I go through my Linux audio toolchain. If you like original rock songs about vintage computers written and performed by 4 YouTubers, and really who doesn't, you might want to check out the 5-song EP in the video description. There's Boot to Basic, our funky ode to the greatest programming language in history. Rip Out the Battery, our early aughts punk angst PSA about computer maintenance. So we'll scope out the cabs with our scope, doing labs. Magic Smoke, which is our grunge lamentation about capacitor destruction. I need to leave before I choke. The lab is full of magic smoke. Ad with Carrie, a song that's literally a folk rock version of the 6502 instruction set.
That's it, I'm not buying it.
And Put Linux on It, which is best described as what you'd hear if the B-52s were system administrators. I've also been burning CDs and getting ready for the upcoming Vintage Computer Festival Midwest, which is September 13th through 14th in Schaumburg, Illinois. Now, if you've never been, Vintage Computer Festival Midwest is a jam-packed thrill ride for vintage computer geeks like me, and I'm honored to be invited for a discussion as well as a band show on Saturday night. The 4 of us put in a ton of work to get this EP released, including doing some of the tracking at VCF Southeast earlier this year. Now, it's not just gonna be the one EP. The Stop Bits are planning plenty of shenanigans. So we recently launched a dedicated YouTube channel, in case you feel like smashing a bell or whatever. I'll include all the links below, and I hope to see you there.
So that's the promo.
This summer,
The actual Bandcamp, like I said, the link's in the show notes here. So you get 5 songs, and if you, like I said, you want to contribute $5 or more to help support the band, etc. And of course, they do a whole bunch of, all of them do retro YouTube videos and stuff. And I know Veronica actually has a CoCo 2 that was donated to them by Taylor and Amy too. So hopefully she'll actually get to that at some point too. Though they've been kind of busy writing songs and stuff lately, and I'm sure they'll be playing all this live at the show if they haven't already. But since Taylor and Amy have always been really good friends of the show, they've been to CoCo Fest. They've written songs for CoCo Fest before. I thought I'd give them a nice big plug here. So if you're into the rock and alternative and punk based stuff, then definitely check it out. I did check out some of the stuff myself, and it's actually pretty decent stuff. So I might be buying this album myself a little bit later.
Just the snippet sounded great.
Yeah.
Besides, stop it's a great pun. We should discourage them.
Yes. Yeah.
You've got to buy her another T-shirt, though.
Pardon me?
You've got to buy her a proper T-shirt.
Oh, or put 6809 on the
Veronica?
back so when you turn around, it changes.
Well, they need one of those 8-bits is enough one, right? That has all the old 8-bit CPUs.
That's
Give
right.
them equal time.
I've got to go, guys, so I'll catch us next time.
Good
See you
night,
later,
sir.
Nick.
Later, Nick.
All right. Okay, bye.
Nick. Start a competing band called Failure to Communicate.
Not unmaskable interrupt. And then wear
There we
masks
go.
for Halloween or something.
Indian Wars.
I know though, so they have their own webpage now too, which they want to just keep up with what the stop bits are doing. They'll constantly, add things here, like they're talking about the announcement of VCF Southeast and releasing the album and some of the previous stuff they covered before when they actually did the first song that they did. And if you are going to be a fan, then you might definitely want to get this added to your links. And that's it for the regular news. So I don't know, do you want to break before I go into Game On news and upcoming events, or do we want to switch over to Ken if he's awake to do the game challenge, and I'll do the game news after that? What do you guys want to do?
Wake up, Ken. That would be
Yell at Ken and do it on a commercial.
I'm awake. I'm awake.
Mark was asleep.
Oh, well.
Okay, I'm here. What's up?
Ken, would you want to
challenge?
We can go into Game On or whatever, or I don't know,
let's
I
do a
just walked in
commercial
here.
for sure, but we'll do on the Game On
Okay.
challenge, then I'll do the game news after that, and then we'll end with the upcoming shows, including your ThunderCon, which I actually got the link for this time.
Sounds good.
Cool.
Okay, so game on results.
Add the
commercial
Game On
first.
results.
Okay, let's see which
Commercial
commercial
two.
today. This
Commercial
one. How about
one.
this one?
Hey, Amy. Hey, Taylor. We're watching the CoCoNation show. Yeah, we are. Woo! You should too.
Future Vision Research is your source for FujiNet platforms, including the FujiNet for Tandy color computers. The FujiNet cartridge supports CoCo models 1, 2, and 3 and comes with HDB-DOS DriveWire 3. Load files from SD card or connect to Wi-Fi and load files over the internet or your local Windows, Mac, and Linux computers. Applications from the FujiNet team allow you to follow news from all over the world, catch up on Mastodon messages, and even track the International Space Station. For more information and to purchase your own FujiNet devices, visit fvresearch.com.
In a world where RGB produces black and white video, one cable can make a difference. Switcheroo. CoCo3ScartCable.com.
Welcome everybody to the CoCoNation Game On Challenge of the Week results video. This week we played Tubeway Army. We had a total of 10 players. We had Mike Zweifel with 8360, Jim Rye 29770, Coconut Bob 31,400, Henry III 31,520, Canadian Retro Things 32,800, Kieran 32,810, Doug V4850 33,950, Dr. Ted 36,070, Shenley 37,020. And this week's number one score is Tasman with 43,930. Thanks everybody that played. We'll see you again next week.
And the CoCoNation salutes Tasman.
Salute.
And now I'll put the screens on the right mode.
There's a right mode?
Yeah, there's a right mode.
Well,
All right,
amazing
where's that other
on
one?
amazing on that game. It looks like just about everybody made it to 1 point in the game and then died. As almost all of our scores were about the same.
We all loved how the keyboard mapping was done on that.
Yeah, the keyboard mapping on this game was amazing. So I did find one review for it.
Can only imagine.
Dragon user September 84. So see if I can see. It is a, oh god, I need my glasses for this.
Yeah, maybe blow that up a little bit.
The oranger.
Zoom on it.
I don't can I zoom in on this?
Yeah, the little
Or you can turn off the sidebars.
down the right.
Actually, I have to bring up the actual there we go.
Can you do a fit width or something?
Yeah,
Kind of
go
zoom
to the
in.
right.
There we go. Okay, so
And then hit the cancel button.
Yeah,
what cancel button?
the one
Well,
that's
that's
saying
com-
share your file that you're already shared.
Oh, that's under you guys' pictures. I couldn't see it.
Oh,
Well,
there you
that's
go.
on top there.
All right. So now that I figured out how to use these gall darn modern computer things, basically this magazine is just saying it's one of the best versions and seems to have of Scramble, and seems to have all the features of the arcade game.
And that picture ain't it.
Nope, that is Hunchback.
That's the other review, right?
Yeah, this is one of those ones where they do like 15 reviews all in one article. So there's some synthesized speech that accompanies you on your journey, and if you don't yet have a version of Scramble, Tubeway Army is recommended. So it does show in here that Tubeway Army was £7.50 when it was for sale.
So you obviously never tried the keyboard controls.
Yeah, that was yeah, that's all I have printed there. So the keyboard controls for this game were very strange. Obviously, the guy that designed the game
Probably came from a
decided to do
Spectrum or something, or
Yeah.
a Sinclair or something.
something like that. But usually they don't use the odd keys like that. They use like O and P and Q and A for up and down.
Which at
left
least
and
makes
right.
some sense.
Yeah. But who knows? Who knows what the guy was thinking? Maybe he just designed it that way so that he could be the best there is at this game, and nobody else would be able to.
It was his arthritis.
Maybe he had weird flipper fingers like the guy from the Who song.
Yeah. So,
Sure plays him in
anyways,
pinball.
Yep. Very good game version of Scramble. Actually, one of the better ones that we have on the CoCo, I think, or Dragon.
Yeah, I would rank it above Scramble by Tom Mix. What's that Chopper, the semi-graphics one that's also in the Dragon? That one was pretty good too, but it was really hard.
Yeah. I noticed that this one's not on your website, Curtis.
There's a bunch not on my website. I've only
Shame
done
on
half
you,
of them,
shame on
literally.
you. Yeah.
And you keep bringing out new ones, like we got the other Inafuda one that came out that neither of us has covered yet.
Yeah, but I keep choosing games that aren't on your website, trying to spur you on to put some more on there.
Yeah, that used to work.
Anyways, one thing about this game is I think the wall that we all hit is when you get to level 5 and you have to go through the really 90-degree corner tunnels.
Yeah,
I
would have to say that level is, because I haven't been to it, I didn't get a chance to play this week, but that level is as hard as Whirlybird Run's 5th stage is, where you have to almost be pixel perfect to get around it.
You do. And the only way you can possibly do it is fly your ship as far forward as you can on the screen, and then as the 90-degree up and downs come, you have to both move backwards and up or down to survive it.
It's exactly the same as Sea Dragon, actually.
Yep.
Yeah. Now, as far as you guys are concerned on the panel, anybody in the chat for that matter, what would you guys rank as the best scramble style game on the CoCo or Dragon? I would say personally myself, Whirlybird Run I like best. Sea Dragon's a close second, and I think aside from the keyboard controls, I think this one is third.
Yeah, and you don't have to use keyboard controls.
Yeah,
I don't know.
There's also like Chopper Strike and
Yeah.
Cop to Snatch, and there's a few others I can't remember. Scramble from Tom Mix and a few others I can't remember.
This definitely ranks up there as one of the best. I'd have to play Whirlybird Run again to compare it, but I do remember that I like that one as well. I just think it's very odd how they had on the opening screen, they give you the keyboard controls and they don't tell you you can use a joystick. So I know that when Bob tried it out a few weeks ago on the Game On Challenge, he looked at that and he was about to turn it off.
There's a question in the chat from Exxon Paradise. Was it the Dragon key mapping being run on a CoCo wired keyboard? No, they picked those keys on the Dragon.
Yeah, those were the keys that were in the instructions.
Yep, those are the keys that come up when you run the game. Those are
because it's like 1, 2, 3, 4 is your controls or something.
It's 1 and 2 and 0 and dash, I think, or 0 and colon, or
something like that.
So you're up and down, and your left and right.
Keys are left and right from each other.
Yeah, and they're opposite how every CoCo game is, because first off, the left and right keys are on the left side of the keyboard, which is usually where your up and down are. And the up and down are on the right side, but also your up and down are side by side rather than being one above the other.
Yeah.
He's done it as backwards as possible in every way.
Yeah.
And I do think Kieran, 60 in the chat, I think at one point it said that he got so used to that it doesn't bother him at all. But was that something that was common on some other UK machines? That particular weird?
Not necessarily. I do remember some Apple games that had the weird keyboard controls like that the up and down keys were side by side. I can't think of any of the games right now, but I do remember that as a kid thinking, that is just weird.
The Apple IIe keyboard, they're all in line. So yeah, the up and down.
Yeah, but no, this was for like Apple II Plus, I guess, games, like really old games. There's a couple of old games I used to play as a kid where the up and down keys were, I don't know, they were like the O and P or the K and L or something like that.
Okay, yeah, actually the basic editing keys in the basic, the original integer and the AppleSoft, they would use like I.
Control IJKL or IJKM, I think, right?
Yeah, right. Yeah, so they'd have.
But at least that was like I was up, M was down. That makes sense. They're vertically separate. This would be like using I and O as your keys.
There was a couple of games that were like that I cannot remember for the life of me. They weren't good games, but they were all I had. I think they were even like educational games or something like that, but. Because most of the games that I played as a kid were educational because I got them all from the school.
Sure they were, Ken. Sure they were.
Free.
Well, they were, because the only way I had a computer when I was a kid was my mom brought one home from the school on the weekends.
And all this crap on it.
Are you trying to claim to us that you were not a dirty pirate?
I was not a dirty pirate because I didn't know anybody that actually had apples back then.
Because he took a bath every once in a while.
Clean pirate.
His mom made him do it.
I mean, good Lord, I was only in like grade 2. I wasn't a pirate yet.
Most of the Apple games, they use the A and Z for the up and down because the original Apple IIs only had left and right. So A and Z and left and right, those are the most common ones I remember.
Yeah, I remember a couple of ones that were like weird.
Yeah. Apple's weird editing stuff, and you got to move the cursor around on the screen.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, on machine games, you get into a weird, I'm trying to scan the keyboard really efficiently, and
Yep.
therefore I can only get these 4 keys uniquely.
Well, each row in the matrix gives you 8 keys. I mean, aside from the ones that have empty spots.
Right, but depending on what kind of hit or miss quick, algorithm you're using, you might not be able to get too fine a,
Every other game did.
Well,
depends on the programmer.
Yeah.
Sacrifice speed.
Depends on the programmer.
Like, for example, Starfire by Intellectronics, which I don't remember if we covered that one or not, but it's a Defender clone, and it's all keyboard. So, like, the 2 key is up, the Z key is down, and I think the right arrow and the at key are like your bombs and your lasers, something like that. It's odd, but it works. It's like vertical keys are vertical to each other.
Put your fingers over keys and not.
So this Thursday on the Game On Challenge Live, Henry III did a disassembly and analysis, reverse engineering of the keyboard map of that game.
Did he patch it to be more sensible?
He fixed it.
He was trying.
No, he just found where the keyboard routine was and said, "Hey, anybody that wants to patch this, this is where you go to do it."
Because apparently they were creative in their coding.
Yeah, they weren't using the COOT. They were doing their own, or the input routine. They're doing their own stuff.
Well, there you go. It depends on the programmer. I mean, a lot of the people that were programming back then are just figuring it out for themselves.
Making crap up.
Yeah.
I've been guilty of that.
Anyways, aside from the keyboard controls, this was a good game. It would actually, what I would like is somebody to maybe make a CoCo 3 version of it where you can map the bombs to the second joystick button.
I thought somebody had mentioned in the chat that there was a patch for that somewhere.
We made, I think Henry made one where the fire and the bomb were on the same key. So on the joystick, it was just one button. But then you couldn't use the rapid fire by holding the fire button down.
Oh, okay.
Because the bomb one would only fire once. Yeah. The bomb would only fire once when you push the button. Whereas
because William Bird Run had it, so I think you can get 5 bullets on the screen at once and up to 2 bombs, and you can hold the button down and just keep blasting them.
Yeah.
Continuously.
But the way that he's reading the routines in the program, you couldn't do it because it just reads once, and then you can't fire another bomb until you do another press.
Okay.
Anyways, if you're into scramble games, definitely one worth trying. I wish somebody would have gotten at least past those tunnels to see what the main bad guy looks like at the end of it. But
I don't think I ever got that far because it's pretty difficult. But
yeah. Well, that's as far as everybody, pretty much all of us got. I mean, I think positions 1 through 9 were all. That's as far as we all got of the 10 people. So, all right. And we had another game this week, which I can't remember what the name of it was because I had to change it.
Pac-Man or something, wasn't it?
Yeah, Pac-Man.
Pac-Man.
We started with Pac-Man, but it had a small problem with the version that's on the archive. That level 6 turns into the kill screen of Pac-Man.
Yeah, turns into a disk directory, which
which ironically the original Pac-Man arcade game also suffered, except way later.
Yeah,
right.
But this one was actually a disk directory because you could read all the different games that were.
You knew what was on the hacker's disk while he was working on.
Yeah, here's my pirated disk image for you to check out. Oh wait, Ken didn't do that. That's right.
I did later on, but when I was in grade 2, I wasn't pirating games. Sorry. I wasn't an evil genius, an evil baby genius like L Curtis Boyle.
No, I wasn't either. I didn't get into the computer stuff until grade 7, so it was quite a bit later.
But yeah, so Pac-Man, I guess, is it's a very early version of Pac-Man for the CoCo, and pretty hard because it doesn't have power pellets. Is this one that doesn't have power
Yeah, it
pellets?
also has dead ends.
It has dead ends, and
Right.
there was some colorful comments about how much people love this game on the Discord.
It's also one of Greg Zumwalt's very first games he did for American Small Business Computers that before he started writing for Tandy, when he did stuff like RoboCop and Star Blaze and others.
Quite interesting. I mean, it's a very smooth game version of Pac-Man and runs quite nicely. It's just hard and doesn't have power pellets.
Yeah, and I don't know, like I would love to get Greg on for an interview to find out, was that just because he just didn't bother trying to put the pellets in, or was he trying to make it different enough they wouldn't get sued if, you know, it was too close to Pac-Man?
I'm going to go with the latter there. Especially since it was an early game for American Business Machines, or
Yeah, American Small Business Computers. They normally did business computers, and then they put out a couple games that Greg did. They did a Moonlander, I think, or something. Like it was his very first, and then Pac-Man was his next one. They both came out in 81, and you know, the CoCo only went on sale like October of 1980, so it was just months after the machine got released.
But probably, yeah, I mean, if it was a company like that, they're probably worried about getting sued or something, so.
Well, now we know why Super Spreadsheet 4 was late to release.
Now, just before you go on, Ken, I just want to mention one thing that was mentioned earlier. Apparently, the stop bits, if you're at VCF Midwest, they're going on stage at 10:30. They actually have an opening band now at 10. So apparently they've gotten so big, they got roadies and stuff now at this
I
point.
had an openers.
So anyway, if you're there at 10:30, you can go watch them live.
When are they going to add wrestling?
And it's a good show. I watched them live last year. It was a good show.
I could go there if someone would wheel.
Especially Amy on the triangle when she did her triangle solo. That was the best part of the whole show, I thought. Anyway, please continue.
Okay. I don't think I had anything else to say about Pac-Man, except that we're playing it for one more week. And oh crap, you know what I didn't do?
Pick another game.
Yeah, I picked another game. I forgot to load up the Game on Challenge live program.
Oh.
So
because Sloopy is unavoidably detained somewhere in Illinois, I think.
Oh, he had plenty of time. He could have joined us because they had the power out. But no, actually, they got fixed that, so they're good.
Okay, there we go. Let's just remove that.
Anybody give CoCoMan a call?
By the way, Jim Wright is complaining about Pac-Man. He says he keeps getting stuck on corners. Any tips there, Ken?
Oh, it's definitely one of those games where you have to keep moving in one direction and just be tapping the key to change the lead. You need lead time to make the corner.
Oh.
Yeah, it's really bad. You almost have to come to a stop before you can make the corner.
Yeah, sometimes you do.
Annoying.
Hey, it's a game from 1981 on the CoCo, so.
That's like a 1978 Apple II game. By comparison.
Yeah, maybe 77. Yeah, I know.
It's
you know, when you're playing Lemonade Stand.
Yeah, it's definitely got its quirks and problems, but I mean, as a
it's an early attempt.
As a game for the early CoCo, I mean, it's nice looking and it's a Pac-Man style game, and
people showed it off.
I'm sure that a lot of people looked at that and said, "Wow, it's a heck of a lot better than the Atari 2600 Pac-Man." Even though
I've seen stuff under my shoe that looks a lot better than the Atari 2600.
I do have to say, I don't mind the Atari 2600 version of Pac-Man. It's not as bad as people say, other than the blinking and stuff, but it's still fun to play.
The remade versions of the Atari 2600 Pac-Man are actually quite good.
Yeah, they are.
If they'd called it anything but Pac-Man.
Yeah, the fact that it was the officially licensed title, that's why I was so disappointed, because they definitely could have done better. But it was rushed.
Far away from.
It was like ET. It was rushed. They had a deadline to hit for the seasonal thing, and they just didn't have time to do it properly.
It's more like Pac-Man than it is Pac-Man.
Right. Well, here, I mean, the 2600 just couldn't do it.
Well, it could
only had
because they
3
did it with the
sprites.
later versions, like the other
It
programs.
could, but they didn't have
didn't
the
have time.
programming
with
tricks
endless
and
time
stuff.
and money thrown in,
Yeah.
that it was eventually accumulated. But at the time, no way.
It was rushed through to get on, for seasonal Christmas sales or whatever it was, just like ET was, and they had like 6 weeks to complete the whole thing start to finish. So
Okay, now I will die on the hill that ET is not nearly as bad as everybody says.
No, if it given another 6 months, it'd be a great game. Even
Actually, if
3
you
months.
if you just pretend that it came out in Europe, then ET is
then it's easy.
good
It's just,
game.
it's
a great game.
really crappy hitbox stuff. That's just normal play there. So
It's not crappy hitbox. It's pixel perfectness. Like
it's at the point my game is now, and I'm going to spend 2 weeks polishing it before I let anyone play the damn thing.
People in North America
And
were
that's just
not
a
ready
one
for
guy
a pixel
thing.
perfect
You can
game.
imagine Atari said, "Yeah, we should spend a couple more months on this thing, but let it go. It's Christmas."
Yeah. As Exile in Paradise in the chats, they said, be nice to Atari 2600 Pac-Man. Todd Fry is an amazing coder for pulling that off in much less than a few weeks. So he only did like 2, I think. It's genius code if you dive into it. That I can believe.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, for how rushed it was, and like I said, it's not that bad of a version of Pac-Man.
It does play. The animations was the biggest problem. Like the Pac-Man only faces left and right when it's eating, even if you're going up and down. Just little things like that just bug me.
All right, well, let's take a look at the live Game On Challenge. I think this is it. Yep, that looks like it. So, fun was had by, there, it looks like 6 of us.
Yeah,
This wing not taking a screenshot.
So there's so at the beginning of that is where Henry was deciphering the that code.
Oh, here we go. So yeah, if you had joined us for the live Game On Challenge, then you could have watched Henry deciphering the code for the game of the week. So if that's what you want to do on the show, we will allow it.
You can do that.
Yeah, but then we'll get Nick coming in and cheating. So,
well, you can't submit a score from deciphering the code, but
if he shows us his
so
code,
you just go to the high score table, just change it so that your score is like 1,000,000, and then just run the game.
Well, I guess you could do that.
He did find the high score table and cleared it out, fixed it.
Yeah, we've had to do that a couple of times because whatever version's on the archive, somebody racked up some pretty high scores, and you.
Well, this one I don't think was. I think this was the author putting the high scores in, because I mean 10,000 was the high score, which is not a unreasonably high score.
Yeah.
And considering that every character on there was from Hitchhiker's Guide, then
yeah, I was just going to mention that was my favorite part of their high school table. It's all Hitchhiker's Guide references.
Right.
Yeah. It's definitely a nerd thing to do if you're making your own video game. Anyways, as you can see, we actually had 7 people. I think Mark is playing Super Mario World or something.
That's actually Mr. Dave 6309's CoCo 3 demo using horizontal scrolling.
Yeah,
and vertical,
okay.
Yeah, it's actually kind of cool. All in BASIC with just graphic data loaded.
As you can
Not quite
see,
a game yet, though. It's more of a demo. Yeah.
No, it's more of a demo.
Henry spent the entire time going through the code of the game.
Figure out where the keyboards were.
But yeah, so as you can see, we do a variety of things on the Game On Challenge Live, not just play the games of the week. I don't know if... Oh, here's some more of Henry. I guess we must have got bored with watching the people play the games, because we did watch Henry going through code quite a bit.
Well, we highlighted it when he was onto something.
Yeah.
Like here's looking at the keyboard matrix table on the PIA.
Yeah, this is where we're figuring out we could have actually used the arrow keys and not the 1, 2, 0 keys.
Yeah. All right. Oh, but on the 3, they're nasty.
So, and they wrote their own keyboard read routine.
Yeah, I think most of the decent game writers did that because the basic one's not exactly optimized.
Yeah,
on the
and
ROM.
it skips over the keys that wouldn't be used in the game. So
Yeah, because for example, if you use the ROM code, you can't detect the shift key by itself, but ColorP uses it as a fire key because it talks to the keyboard directly through the PIA.
Right, because the shift key doesn't show up in Polecat anywhere anyway, no how.
No, it's just used to shift like your number keys to symbols and upper lower case.
Well, but you have to detect that separately from everything else that you can detect about the keyboard. I was always confused by that. Why the hell isn't the shift available in the same manner?
Like
as
even
all
OSINT
the
level
other-
2 lets you detect the shift key individually if you use that special key sense, I think it's called.
yeah, then he would recompile and actually here I think is where he's modified it to drop the bombs and the gun at the same time.
Now, has he uploaded a version of this one anywhere, like on the Discord or something? Or?
Oh, nice.
I don't know if he was planning on it to or not.
He should, because that would actually make the gameplay a lot better, to be honest. Did he get a high score compared to everybody else doing this?
He was right about the same score as everybody else. Everybody else made it to, and like, of the 10 players, 9 of us made it to level 5 and then just insta-died.
Okay.
I think it was Tasman's the only one that I think he killed just about everything between level 1 through 5. That's why he got the highest score.
And it crashed there, I think.
Yeah, just kind of locked up on him.
That's weird.
And Wingnut just fell asleep on us.
Yep, he's down. What? No, I'm fine.
That's because we're all so boring.
He's probably sleeping right now.
Who's playing Pack Rat? That's
Coconut Bob.
I don't think I've played that one before.
I have.
Do you remember who it's by?
No, it's actually on my list for games that we're going to I plan on using, but it was actually my third choice if the second choice last week didn't work out. It's also a kind of a Pac-Man game, but very hard.
Is it written in BASIC or assembly? Do you know?
I think it's assembly.
I'll check that one out. I don't think I've seen that one.
Yeah, it was a decent. I only played it for a few minutes, but it seems like a decently fun game that not 100% sure how you beat it.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, yeah, so this coming Thursday is our 200th episode of the Game On Challenge Live. So if you wanted to join us there, there'll be birthday cake if you bring it for yourself. So everybody that comes on has to bring their own birthday cake.
Do we have to share?
Only with the people that are in the same room as you.
Can it be like a May West or something like that?
Oh no.
Okay.
Then you have to share.
Yeah, anyways, so yeah, that's going to be on Thursday at 8 o'clock Eastern time in the Discord channel. So if you want to join us, you can come celebrate our 200th episode with us. Because
if you can't make it to the actual live gaming, you can of course watch it on Twitch and YouTube and make snarky comments.
Yeah,
we want you to show up.
But it's more fun to make snarky comments to us in person.
where they'll be recorded for all history.
Absolutely. Yeah, so Thursday Discord, we're gonna be playing two, well, maybe one awesome game and Packet Man. I don't know. We'll see what you guys think of the game that I chose for the next 2 weeks. So
We're waiting.
You know, we dock Ken's pay, except he doesn't get paid anything. So
yeah, well, you know,
no
well, we could go to the
incentive
point
to
where
do
he owes us money for picking crappy games.
I would just like to
How are we
say
gonna collect
that when I pick these games, you guys get what you pay for.
Actually, Ken, we appreciate
Fair
you
enough.
picking the games.
Okay, so let's see if anybody knows this game.
Drum roll.
Oh,
Other
Coco
than
one, too?
Curtis, because of course Curtis knows it.
Are those
it's
like
off of a
ships or
tape
something?
magazine, if I remember, isn't it?
It is, I believe, yes.
I can believe that.
And it ends with attack.
It does.
Okay.
I think
Or-
the theme here.
Does it? Yes, I think it does.
I'm just trying to give people clues here. So,
And it's
That's
based
based on
on
arcade
those
game.
little. It's based on those little white guys there. That's
Are those
it's
rats or snakes?
yes.
Rat Attack?
That would be the name of it.
Wow. I don't even know the games.
So
He had enough
that
clues.
is right here. Rat Attack by Wayne Wood and Jerry Casey from 1983.
and it's based on an
basically-
arcade game, right?
Well, it's a snake style game. As you eat the rats, your tail grows longer.
Makes it
But
hard to
there's
navigate.
also a difference in this game. Just go back to the game screen here.
So are you a cat?
Well, you're
Or a
the
snake.
snake. You're eating the
Oh.
rats. You're the orange snake. There's a computer-controlled blue snake also eating the rats, growing longer. So
D&D
he'll
software.
A, steal your points away from you by eating the rats, and B, he grows longer, so you also have to avoid hitting him as well as your own tail.
Interesting.
And you can actually go through the side tunnels like in Pac-Man and come out the other side.
Yeah, I think this was a derivative of an arcade game that we actually have a closer clone. Buzzworm, I think, is the
Yeah.
other CoCo one.
We've played
Trying to remember
Buzzworm before.
Trying to remember what the original arcade game inspired both is.
Let's see if there's this website. I'll see if it lists it.
Clove, yeah, it might.
L Curtis Boyle.
Who's that?
This L Curtis Boyle guy.
Some guy we used to have on.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Way back in the old days.
Yeah.
Based on the arcade game Nibbler.
Nibbler, right? That's what I was trying to remember.
So this is, from T&D Software, issue number 28. Written in 1983, released in 1984. Runs on a CoCo 1, 2, or 3 with 32K RAM, joystick, cassette, or disc. So, that'll be our game for the next 2 weeks.
That one is a fun one from I remember.
And
Does it
that's
let
all
you
I have to
corner
say.
better?
Does it? I think a corner is better. Because
Okay.
Well, that's another interesting one about Pac-Man is that you can stop your Pac-Man in the middle of the screen, like he
Yes.
doesn't constantly move in one direction or the other.
Yes, that's handy making the corners a lot of times. You can stop. Turn.
But I know that was annoying a lot of people because they would start going in a direction and take the their finger off the key or whatever, and then the Pac-Man would just stop.
Stop there. Yeah. Like it.
It was early days. What can you say?
Exactly.
Joystick.
This is history, people. This is history.
Yeah, Shakespeare didn't nail on his first play either, I'm sure.
All right. Well, shall we move on to the game news?
Sure. Let me find the right window here. That's not it. There it is. Actually, I'm going to have one story here that I should have included the main news. I kind of forgot it's not quite a game. It's under the MC10 section, so I'll do that first. So this is another report by Jim Gary, and this is a conversion of the program TF, originally written by John Crutch in the book Experiments in Artificial Intelligence for Small Computers, originally published way back in 1981. And it's an early machine learning program. So it's not quite a game per se, but old Jim there converted it. And I don't know too much about it. I've never read the original article.
Gee, now you need whole server farms for AI when we did it on a CoCo.
Right?
Accuracy might be a bit different between the two. But... Anyway, yeah, Jim's actually ported a few of these early AI experiments all the way back to like 78, 79 up through, the early 80s type thing. So it was interesting to see that people were, and even the articles back then were calling it artificial intelligence. That's not a new term. They were using it way back 50 years ago. So anyway, actually on to the game news. So this actually just happened last night. I didn't get a chance to catch it live. I don't know if anybody here did. I know Tim was advertising it on the CoCo Discord, but they were going to be doing a live stream for episode 197 of Sibling Rivalry. And they mentioned it would be on the CoCo, but they wouldn't mention what the game was. And actually they ended up choosing multiple games, which was cool. So did anybody here get a chance to watch this, or anybody in the chat get a chance to watch this live last night? I know I did not.
No. That towhead little boy looks like he's about to be shot.
Nope.
Anyway, I did take a very quick snippet listen here, and I kind of like dragged the thing through to see what they played. So
you can see who's winning at this point.
Yeah, on the title screen. But yeah, they picked a few games to play. So the first one is actually Gunfighter, which is based on Outlaw in the arcades, which is an old 1976 game, I think. And it was written by Terry Steen, of course, is a member of the CoCo Discord, and also been on our show many times. And when we did our big interview with him going through these games library he did for T&D and Chromaset, etc., this is one of the ones we covered. It's actually a pretty good version of the original one if you've ever played the original black and white arcade one. You got the two gunfighters, two-player game. You try to shoot each other. You can shoot through cactuses. You can't shoot through rocks. This wagon goes up and will block shots as you go. So they had some fun playing that. There's a bit of a screenshot of it, game actually in action. And you got so many bullets that you got on each player. And then they switched to a different game, Miss Gobbler, which is one of the Miss Pac-Man clones we've got. Not the best one in my personal opinion, but it does have multiple mazes. Pac-Man does have lipstick. It does have the different fruits and stuff. So it's not bad. It's just I think Miss Maze by Tomix did it better. It definitely looks closer to the original Pac-Man or Miss Pac-Man. And that's one thing we do not have a CoCo 3 version of. Nobody ever actually made a Miss Pac-Man. We've got two really, really good CoCo 3 Pac-Man clones. That's still playing Scholar. And then they switched over to Mix. Now, he, for some reason, downloaded the single level free demo version, because originally Nick was actually taking money for his Pac-Man tribute in 1997 or whatever year was they released it. But that means you basically try to max out your score on one screen, because as soon as you get the last dot, the game's over. Now, he eventually released it free, and I haven't checked to see yet if he figured out that he got the demo version by accident. But the other one, you can actually get through like all 8 bonus shapes, etc. Yeah, 1997. And John Kowalski, Sockmaster, was game testing this. And of course, he'll be at VCF in Montreal in January. So if you're in that area, you should definitely go say hi and thank him for helping Nick with this game. And then, the other one they played here is Q-Man, which is one of the many Cuber clones we have. And I'm trying to remember who did this one. Was it Genesis Software? Maybe not. This one, actually, if you look at the way the drawings are done here, it looks pretty close to the Atari 2600 version with the very wide-looking pixels, even though that technically wasn't required. But it's not the worst Cubert by far on the CoCo. It's not the best either, but it's a pretty serviceable one. I'm trying to remember if we played this one, Ken. Do you know if we played this particular one? All right, I can't go to sleep again. That was quick. I didn't think he'd pass out quite that fast.
It
The
looks
bed is
familiar. I
way
think
too
we,
close. That's a
I think we,
problem.
it looks familiar. I think we might have played it.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember if we did or not. Because we've got like 8 or 9 different versions of
this.
Hey, it looks like from the facial expressions here, I think they had fun. I haven't had a chance to actually go through to see who won the various games against each other, or were they getting flustered? What kind of drinks did they have during the taping? So many mysteries I have to solve later today.
Something with umbrellas.
Hey, definitely go check it out. This is one of the times they actually had a live stream, and actually Tim remembered to advertise it this time. So he was actually plugging it a day or two before in the CoCo Discord. So once again, if you're not in the CoCo Discord, you should be, because that's the place to pick up CoCo news and CoCo game challenges and all kinds of stuff. You know, first out of the gate, that's where you'll find out about it. Next up after that is part of Tandy YouTube channel, Retro Dudes, running on a CoCo2. And I think it's actually the Tandy brand one, so you might even have a T1 BDG in there if he's lucky. But he showed Temple of Rom playing on real hardware. Of course, Temple of Rom is one made by none other than Rick Adams, who's also a Discord member and fairly active there and occasionally comes on the show as well.
Tandy recognized this game.
So original hardware on real computer, real ROM.
No, it's a space game.
Right.
Yes.
And of course, Rick has a sequel now, Temple of Rom 2 you can get. I won't play too much of this because we both see Temple of Rom numerous times, but. Next about that is another Jim Gary port, and this one is called 3D Noughts and Crosses, which is an alternative name for tic-tac-toe, basically. But this was originally written by Steve Thomas and published in the May 1979 issue of Personal Computer World magazine. So this game was originally written before even the CoCo was out, by almost by a full year, basically, since the announcement was in July of 80 when the CoCo was getting announced. But this one basically is a 3D tic-tac-toe game. We do have some other ones on the CoCo later on. There's several that I remember that use high-res graphics to kind of simulate the different planes of the tic-tac-toe, because you can get your X's or O's in the a row, not only going across on a 2D plane, but vertically and diagonally on the actual game itself. So this is doing it on low res, obviously, with the MC10. I'll just fast forward a little bit. And that's kind of laying out the different planes, and you have to figure out, I'm going to go through the next levels type of thing. So not bad for a 1979 game, adding a bit of interest to tic-tac-toe, which is pretty simple. And once you kind of know the right moves, you can just always do the draws, basically, or basically whoever gets to go first. That Retro Arcade Gaming, which is a YouTube channel that does comparison videos of both official ports and unofficial ports of various games, decided to cover one that we have one CoCo3 clone of. It's an early Diecom game. So this is basically Super Sprint, which is one of the first higher res games in the arcade. I remember playing this at the university quite a bit when I was supposed to be in class. And it's a lot of fun because you pick up wrenches and stuff, so you actually can build up parts of your car. You can increase the the quality of your brakes, the maximum speed, how tight of turns you can take. So basically, you're upgrading your car as you go. And they cover a whole bunch here. Like you can see a list of the systems they've been playing here, right from the Spectrum to the Famicom, Atari ST, Amstrad, C64, Xbox 360. If you want to get really modern, the last one they added was Grand Prix Challenge by Diecom, and this is one of the earlier CoCo3 games that Diecom did, not the first ones. That was more like Iron Force and a few others. And visually, it's not bad. It's a little bit slow. And the disappointment for me on the CoCo version of this one is that the sound is just about non-existent. And it definitely could have been better. This is a game that if I ever had a whole bunch of free time in my hands, that I should actually go through and see if I could speed it up and maybe add some sound routines or something. Because that's about the major disappointment. And also, it really needs a steering wheel hardware add-on, because trying to steer, turning left, you move the joystick left, turning right, you move the joystick right. It's not like you aim at the direction you want to go. So you got to kind of think like a steering wheel. Or maybe a paddle controller would be better. But for those of you who've not seen it.
Entitled Grand Prix Challenge. It was published by Diecom Products, authored by Dave Dyes. Sounds are pretty minimal in this one. There are no collisions between the vehicles, just walls. And for the life of me, I couldn't get the joystick to function. So you get to enjoy this as I try to play on the keyboard. Additionally, for some reason, I could not get this one to play in full screen. So this is the window version that I've kind of cropped and scaled to a full screen presentation.
I don't know which emulator he's using. They was having problems with getting it full screen. But the nice thing about it is actually supported multiplayer simultaneous. There's 20 different tracks. I think I've got actually screenshots of every single one of the tracks on my website for the entry for this game. And the game is fun. It could be a little bit quicker. And it definitely needed some extra sound effects, like even just skidding when you're taking a turn or something, instead of just when you hit things. But visually, I mean, the graphics look pretty good. That's, decent drawn cars and the various angles the cars are drawn at. So good, but not great, I would say. And does anybody remember if we played this one on the challenge? It would be a bit more difficult. I guess you can play against 2 computer cars, but
It'd be hard. I remember trying to play this. I could never control those damn cars.
yeah, it's because of the way the steering mechanism is done. Like moving the joystick left turns you left.
Yeah, that's right. Even when you're sitting on the spot, it spins on the spot rather than actually turn while you're driving.
Physics is
It's like you're in the vehicle itself.
Yeah.
Yeah, it needs a paddle controller or steering wheel where you turn left, turn right.
TrickySoft did a clone for the BBC Micro.
But yeah, the game itself wasn't too bad. But if you want a better one of that style of game that steers more like you would think, like if you're holding a joystick up to the right, you're going to try to drive towards the upright, would be Le Mans, which is a CoCo 1 and 2 game by Spectral from way back in '82 or something. And it's got 3 tracks, not 20. There's no power-up things except that you can get a gas can and get a free lap, basically, and you have to play the game until 20 laps is over. And you have this weird cat that keeps running around and careening your car off somewhere. And also it's just random debris suddenly shows up and smashes you. So it's a little too random, but it plays better.
Any couches car fall in front of you?
Pardon me?
Davenport's.
Yeah. On the freeway.
Nightmare Highway.
Yeah.
Not a bad game, not the greatest, but worth a shot, I think. Next up, Marlon Lee, who just returned to doing videos after several years off. Recently has actually been batting them out pretty consistently now. Decided to play Robin Hood the CoCo. This was not too long ago a game on challenge. It's also a European game, so it's pretty darn hard, but not impossible. I think quite a few of us got through the multiple screens here. Because you got to jump over arrows that are firing at you and try to pick up the bonus shapes. And it's actually a pretty fun game. And I think Marlon liked it as well, if I remember correctly. I'll just fast forward a bit here into the actual game.
You'll die.
And you're basically trying to rescue your girlfriend trapped in the castle here. This guy runs around and drops crap on you, and there's arrows firing in. And not quite pixel perfect as bad as some others, but it's pretty perfect.
Almost say it's brutal. But I think if I work...
And this was originally for the Dragon 3264, of course, so the CoCo, we got that a little bit later, but a decent game. It reminds me a lot of Module Man by Spectral Associates that they sold, and that one has many more screens, but it's kind of like the same aesthetic and the same platformer type thing where you're getting your bonus shapes and dodging things that are trying to kill you.
Interesting.
This was a pretty decent game.
Interesting using the yellow as the background.
Yeah, that was a different choice. It doesn't work too bad.
Yeah, it doesn't work too bad, yeah.
After that, we have Whiskey Tango Foxtrot, who's doing, as part of Septandy, assorted arcade ports. I think he was originally planning on doing much more than just a couple games that he ended up doing. Because originally he was planning on Donkey Monkey. He just wanted to show the intro screen where the gorilla runs up with the girl and then plays a bit on the piano, which is kind of a unique intro to the game. Now, I will mention, if you're looking at the video version here, you'll see the copyright 1983 J. White Whiteware. That's somebody hacking the original credits. That's has nothing to do with the person that actually wrote it. It's actually 1982. It came out in October, and it was by Harvey Brofman, and it was sold through Electronics, who also released Starfire and some other games and some other utility programs. So this is a hacked one. I remember seeing this around back in the day, but I also had the original. So, and Harvey Brofman actually was kind enough to give me his original discs with the source code, and actually we managed to recover those, and those are available in the archive as well. So Donkey Monkey was a bit unique in that it had 2 screens. The first screen is the pop the rivet screen, which is normally the second screen, and it plays pretty close to the original. A couple of differences are you can change your jump direction in midair, which is kind of cool, and instead of a hammer you have a little fire extinguisher to put out the fires, which actually makes more sense. It also has problems with collision detection stuff, though, so that part's not great. And then the second screen is a weird combination of the elevator and the girder screen, which he never got to. And the reason I think he, this 1 hour stream here, he only got a few games in, so he kept trying to get to the second screen, Donkey Monkey, and he tried for quite a while, and he finally just gave up. Then he played Donkey King, which of course is the best Donkey Kong clone on the CoCo1 and 2 by far. And he did get his second screen and actually managed to kill the monkey on that one. So he basically completed the first round. And then after that, he played Zaxxon, which is not a port. It's an actual official. Well, it's not a clone, I should say. It's an actual official port by Sega. And he played that one through a few times too. And that's a really decent game, actually. The 3D isometric effect is done quite well by Steve. And that's the ones he ended up covering. Sorry, go ahead.
And these games never looked anything like that down here in Australia.
That's because you guys had inferior TV standards.
I just turned the color off. It was
they're all upside down.
Yeah, that too. Hey, this is one of the beloved games. I think this is one of the ones that really helped Steve Bjork get his name on the map here, because it was one of the better clones. I played the Apple II version of Zaxxon, and it's nowhere near as good as this one is. No offense to Mark.
It was very good, yeah.
I have a
None taken.
Zaxxon for my Tandy 1000HX, and it's pretty lame.
Yeah. I see those CJ, right? It was had that weird purple, cyan, white, and black or something.
Yeah, that's right.
Or magenta
cyan.
CGA.
This was very well done for the CoCo1 and 2.
Yeah. I remember when the ColecoVision's version came out, that one was closer, but it was also choppier. Like this, the motion wasn't as smooth.
Yeah,
because it's basically doing tile graphics for the whole damn thing.
Yeah, and there's no horizontal scrolling at all on the Coleco.
Well, do you remember how bad the Atari 2600 was, which was a straight on?
Oh, that was even worse, yeah.
And the Intellivision? Oh, those are bad.
Yeah, the CoCo version was actually pretty good for the time.
Yeah, I think the Atari 8-bit was a bit better than the CoCo version. The C64 version was, I would say, is better in some ways too. So,
but yeah, the CoCo wasn't too far behind. It was good.
Yeah, I can't remember what the TI-99 4A version looked like.
Oh, can't remember that one.
He also did another one, which is a follow-up to last week. So last week he started playing Clicks to Island, the graphical version, so the 1983 re-release of the original text one with animated graphics. And the first time he ended up dying, so that was the end of that video. So here he kind of started over, but he also figured out how to get tape saving to work on whatever emulator he's using, so he actually could pick up where he left off. So he actually went through an hour and 15 minutes. And he actually completed the game. So obviously you guys saw it last week. I don't need to play you any more video to show you what the game itself looks like. I will give you the spoiler alert that if you want to figure out how to exactly win the game with the maximum score, this video will show you how to do that. So I won't play it, because if you guys want to learn these types of games yourselves, you should, do it from not having to cheat.
They're all good, those Mark Data adventures.
Yeah, I mean, the original text ones were actually pretty good, because they were one of the few adventures I remember playing from that era, even on the Apple II and some of the other machines we had at school, where the adventure made sense. Like it wasn't just, wave a scepter and a statue comes to life and flies or something stupid like that. It actually made a, logical
and
sense.
They looked good too.
Yeah, definitely.
So it was well drawn. I remember playing every one of the Mark Datas, and I solved every one.
Yep,
back
same
in
here.
the day.
Yeah, Trek Board, Vortex Factor, Clicks to Island, Black Sanctums, Shenanigans, Sea Search. Yeah.
And there's PC versions of this now.
Yeah, well, the original authors did those way back. They actually made a CJ version. Bob
Yeah.
Withers and Stephen O'Day.
That's it.
Yeah. And
No,
their
no.
wives helped too, if I remember. And they released those all publicly, like those were public domain. So
Yeah.
if you have those copies, they're legal to have, though. I haven't seen them in a while. I know their website went down, which is too bad because it actually gave you some of the history behind it. And last of the gaming on I have here is LRTech, who's decided to continue on his disc number 8 from his backup collection of games that he had from back when he was a kid. And in this particular episode, he's covering on his real CoCo2 on a real amber monitor, Moonhopper, which is loosely a Moon Patrol clone. It's missing some of the elements of Moon Patrol. But no, not a bad game. It's fun. It gets a little bit repetitious and a little bit easy. At least it has 5 levels of skill, which can make it a bit more challenging. And I'm sure that's been covered on the Game On Challenge before. So that's it for the Game On news here, and I'll skip over to doing the upcoming shows. And we've got rid of a few here because they're actually running this week right now, or this weekend, I should say. And I think I've got the one link fixed, as Ken had pointed out. I forgot to give him the link for ThunderCon, which he'll be attending, I think, next weekend. Correct me if I'm wrong, Ken.
I can't correct you because you're right.
Am I sharing the right one here? Yep, I think so.
ThunderCon.
So ThunderCon is on next week, and one of the days you guys are having a retro thing. Is that correct?
Yeah, on the Sunday.
Okay. Since you know a lot more about this, and their website doesn't really say all that much, you want to kind of explain?
Well, basically, it's a Comic-Con, and the Thunder Bay Retro Computer Club, which I'm part of, is doing a table there on the Sunday. So we're setting up a bunch of the old computers, and I'm the Tandy guy there. So I'm setting up a couple of my Tandy computers, my CoCo3 and my MC10. So
are you bringing your Model 1 or any of the other Tandy stuff, or?
No, they're in Vancouver.
Oh, okay.
I've only got a
and
couple
there's
of
another
computers
famous YouTuber that's local to that area too, isn't there?
Oh yeah, 8-Bit Show and Tell. So Robin from 8-Bit Show and Tell is he's a big Commodore guy. One of those people.
Everybody's got some faults, right?
Yeah,
I'm just kidding.
he's definitely done some CoCo videos.
Yeah,
as a matter of fact, quite interesting little tangent story here about him is his CoCo2 that he owns, I think, came from the guy that was the editor of, was it Rainbow Magazine? One of the editors. Anyways,
so Jim's computer. What the heck is the last name?
I can't remember what the guy's. I can't remember. I'd
Jim
have to ask
Reed,
Robin.
I think.
That
Yeah,
might
Jim
be
Reed, I think,
right.
was the editor. Yeah.
Anyways, Robin just happened to know this person's daughter and got some of his computers. So
Well, that's cool.
and he's got like all kinds of discs. I think it was Rainbow. It was one of the magazines, anyways, and it's got like all kinds of discs with all the articles and everything on the discs. And
have you got copies of those?
I do not. I was gonna talk to him about whether he's got all that stuff on, or go through the archive with him one of these days and do that.
Yeah, that'd be kind of cool because if he has some stuff that's missing, that'd be awesome.
Yeah.
I'll even forgive him the Commodore stuff now.
So don't quote me on which magazine it was. I have to ask him again. He told me
because
about
there was a
this
Canadian
last year.
color magazine for a while too, so it might be one of those.
It might have been one. It might have been that one. Anyways, yeah, he told me about that last year, and it kind of completely slipped my mind until just talking about it right now. So
cool.
Anyways,
and of course, this is being held at the Canadian Lakehead Exhibition Grounds in Thunder Bay, Ontario.
Yeah, so if any of you happen to be near Thunder Bay, then drop by on Sunday and see me. But
well, how far is Thunder Bay from what's the one across the bridge from there? Isn't there a city in the States that's not too far?
Like Duluth?
Maybe. I don't know.
That's at the other end
That's
of
what I was
Lake
asking you.
That's at the other end of Lake Superior. I mean, you cross the border at Thunder Bay, and it's
Oh, so just a quick swim and away you go, right?
yeah, it's basically small towns for about an hour and a half or 2 hours of driving. As you drive along the shore of Lake Superior till you get down to
Oh yeah, no, I'm thinking a totally different place.
Oh yeah, you're a long way from anyone, even in
Yeah.
Canadian miles.
Yeah, you're about 30 miles from the U.S. border, and there's not really anything there.
Nope.
I mean, from Milwaukee,
Except
you gotta
Pigeon River.
drive-
You can go to Pigeon River. If you're from
Well,
Pigeon
Pigeon-
River, you should pop up.
Pigeon River is the border crossing. That's all it is. It's not a town.
Right. So from Milwaukee, I have to drive into Canada, then cross a Great Lake, and then drive north some more.
Yep.
Just take a good run at it to get across the lake. That's all you gotta do. Anyway, like you mentioned, the retro computer part is just the one part of the one day, and it's basically a Comic-Con. So you have like role playing and comic related stuff. Just out of curiosity, for those that are interested in going there, do you remember any of the big speakers they're having or guests for the comic side of things?
Last year, let's see, they had a couple of sci-fi actors there that I can't remember. I recognized one of them, but I can't remember who it was. I remember the one girl that they did have. She was a Canadian voice actress who used to voice Sailor Moon.
Yeah, I'm just thinking to look here. So they've got Doug Jones.
Oh yeah, he's yeah.
And Harlan Blaine. Oh, he's been on was it some show about way up north, like rescuing people in planes and stuff. What the heck is it called?
Oh yeah, I think I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, it looks like there's some decent guests here. If you're from some Canadian TV and stuff.
Yeah. You know, I mean, it's about a small city of like 80,000 people, so it's.
Yeah, I'm just surprised they don't have you as a celebrity on here, like Canadian Retro Things.
Oh, well, I know. What the heck? I mean, my
I would talk to these people and
my
chew 'em out.
2,500 subscribers compared to Robin's. What does he have? About 85,000.
Well, I didn't see Robin on here.
You got to get your people to talk to their people, and
You might have to get a real celebrity like Rick Ewan down there or something.
But definitely, like last year, there's lots of really cool stuff to see. There's like the a Ghostbusters appreciation group was there. They had like an Ecto 1 done up car that looked exactly like the one from the movie, and they had full Ghostbusters outfits and stuff they were walking around with, and there's like
do you plan on doing any live streaming on Saturday to kind of show us what the rest of the show is? Obviously, you can't do it Sunday because our show's not on Sunday. But
I'll be here on Saturday. So
oh, you're not heading out till Sunday?
No, I'm just going out there for the day. It's 2 hours. It's 2 hours away from me, so.
Well, it's just like next door neighbors in Saskatchewan.
Exactly. But it's also about the time that I'm packing up to go home, so I'm taking the day off to go to that and then coming back and finishing packing.
Oh, okay. I was going to ask you, did the temperature ever increase? I did catch last week's show after the fact, and he was like +1 when you started the show.
What was it? I think on Monday or Tuesday it started getting nice again. So, and today it's like really hot.
Noticeable lack of coats this week.
Yeah, because here we're cooler today because we got some rain that's been happening on and off the last day or two. So it's like 65 Fahrenheit at the moment. But you were down to like 33, 34 when you started the show last week.
Oh, it was cold. I did not want to be in my cabin.
Right.
I wanted to be outside lighting a fire.
Yeah.
The cabin is lacking heat.
Yes, it's very much lacking heat and
when do
only
you get
about
that
half
stove?
insulated. It's only about half insulated, so.
When do you get your stove?
Good question.
Next year?
Still on
Next
order.
spring.
It might be the next project. I've now got a bathroom. I've now got a toilet, so maybe a stove is next.
For those two things to work, you're gonna need a stove.
Yeah, otherwise the water freezes up, and then what are you doing?
Hey, it's a waterless toilet.
You're peeing on a skating rink at that point.
I thought about this
The
already.
blue stuff will freeze.
All right, if you're in the Thunder Bay, Ontario area next weekend and you want to say hi to world famous Canadian retro things, Ken Waters, you can pop by ThunderCon. And you can say hi to that other guy you talked about too.
I think we're in building C.
Oh, it's that big? It has multiple buildings?
Yeah. There's
Wow.
like there's the main building, and then there's two side buildings where they do different things. I think the building where we are, it's where they do the tabletop gaming. Last year they had like a big area set up for people doing tabletop gaming and stuff in it. And
Cool. Actually, that's a show I would like to attend sometime once I get my camper and a working, functioning truck.
Right.
Okay, next up after that, and pretty close in the future as well, is Tandy Assembly, September 26th to the 28th at the Courtyard by Marriott, Springfield, in downtown Springfield, Ohio. If you attended CoCo Fest this past May, bring your badge because then you get in for free. Otherwise, you have to pay for each of the days. I should note the Friday Tech Circle talks are not included with that, so you would have to pay for those. But if you're there for Saturday and Sunday for the exhibits and talking to vendors, etc., if you bring your CoCo Fest pass, you do not have to pay anything. Save yourself some money. Covers everything Tandy, so it covers CoCos and the Tandy 1000 to 4000 line, Model 100s, pocket computers, TRS-80s, all sorts. And once again, the Tandy Tech Track stuff on Fridays, your deep dives into technical topics. That will not be free, but it's only $10 per person. Children 12 and under are free, on the other hand. And they filled up the exhibitors here actually way back in May, so there's quite a few people coming out to sell or show stuff off. Next up after that, in Mark Oberholzer's backyard, is the Portland Retro Gaming Expo, October 17th to 19th at the Oregon Convention Center in Portland, Oregon. It looks like they got a guest announcement here that I probably missed last time. Oh, this is recent. Posted on 9/19. How did they do that? It's only 9/13 right now, isn't it? Mark, do you guys time travel in Oregon or what?
Yeah, we do regularly. No, I'm sure somebody just missed something.
Yeah, so
So
they
33 days seems about right.
Yeah. So basically, they've announced a special guest here, Charles Martinet, Super Mario, voice of Mario and Friends. And of course, Mark, you've been to these before. You might as well explain what the balance of what is happening at the show is.
I actually have not.
Oh, no, it was Tim and AJ that went. That's
AJ
right.
and Tim, yeah, have gone. They actually had a booth. Expensive booths, by the way. Expensive tables. But no, it's just kind of inconvenient for the day. I mean, it's downtown Portland, and well, you've heard stories about them, and they're mostly true. So
Yeah. Also, I noticed a snide comment from Franklin Harris of Retro Rewind in the chat. Late show, I'm not surprised. He obviously has not watched the show the last 3 weeks when I haven't been here because they've been quite short.
Yep.
Hey, if you're in the Portland, Oregon area and you're interested in retro gaming of all sorts, whether it's home computers, arcades, tabletops, video game consoles, if you're into some of the other stuff that they support here too, like cartoons and stuff. Pretty good one. And it was pretty well attended from the one we saw from Tim and AJ a couple years ago. It's a pretty full event.
Very popular. Very popular. From what I
After
understand,
okay.
it's a national crowd. Has a national crowd. People come from across the country to come see it. So anyway, moving along.
Yeah. So next up after that, we got Retro SC, which is a general retro show in Brazil. And there's a lot of CoCo and CoCo clones present. Of course, Brazil is the home of trademarks. We don't need no stinking trademarks or copyrights. So we had the CP400s and a bunch of other machines, Codemex, etc., that are all CoCo clones.
In fact, trademarks are illegal.
Yeah. So this year's show is November 15th, 2025. Now, that might sound late, and if you're up north here, that probably sounds like that's winter already. But of course, since in the Southern Hemisphere, it's the opposite. That's the dead of summer, basically. And it's at Florianopolis in SC, Brazil, SC being the equivalent of a state. I can't remember what it stands for. But we've got several people that we've had on the show before. I've actually been regular attendees and displayers at this. One of them actually speaks English really well, and he's offered if anybody from up here decides to come down to the show that he'll help translate if needed. And he speaks very, very good English. And of course, he's one of our main graphics artist stars, and that's Erico Montero. So he's usually down there. Louis Scharf and a few others that speak English fairly okay. You can definitely get by. But I've taken a look at the maps. Like this is on an island just off the main eastern coast of Brazil that you drive across, and then it's got a beach literally like 700 yards away from the facility, so you can actually literally go to the beach right after the show. So it looks like it's actually pretty nice. And from what I've seen, the hotel rates in this particular island are actually quite good too. So if anybody's interested to convince their better half that we need to go on a summer holiday or a winter holiday to tropical climes, you might coerce them into going here and you can go attend the RTC at the same time. Don't tell them I said that. Next after that, and this is one that Sockmaster himself, John Kowalski, is planning on attending. Not sure yet if he's going to be exhibiting or not. I would love to see the demo that he did for PenFest 2000, where he actually wrote a program that requires 2 meg of RAM. For people that were asking about that on Facebook earlier, he had a spinning. Nick, you probably remember this better than I do if you're still on the call, but basically there was a animation of 3 spinning on a pedestal on the screen and fairly smooth because he had like 30 frames of full 320 by 200 by 16 color that he showed off as a demo. He had to load it off like 6 discs or something. But if he's going to be there, he'll be talking about the Donkey Kong, transcode or the updates to Donkey Kong he's done himself for the arcade cabinet. So he's done like a Halloween version, a Christmas version, and Donkey Kong Remixed, which is like, if the British people were even worse at making games more difficult, that's what you do. And of course, Frederic is in the neighborhood too, so he's planning on going. Have you figured? I think you said earlier you don't know whether you're going to exhibit to show off your SBC or not.
Yeah, it's too early to tell, but I don't know. I don't know when the tables are I don't know if they're gonna have some sort of cutoff date for the tables, but we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, you've got CoCo 3s and stuff now. You could even take that and show it off, and maybe
That's true. That's true.
Yeah, I'd love to see if you and Sockmaster got a table together, because then you guys could chat the whole thing.
I just messaged him saying, "Hey, by the way, I think we're neighbors." So
yeah, he's a really nice guy. He's usually pretty shy, but he's one of the most brilliant programmers in the CoCo community ever. He's pulled off the impossible numerous times. Next up that, and they finally updated the site, I think, as of last week. So CoCoFest 2026, Grant has already given us the dates a little while ago for April 24th to 25th, so a little bit earlier than last year. And you can already, I think the discount code for the hotel is already on here, I think.
Yes, and the code did change, so you want the new
It's up to date.
Yes.
Yep. And once again, it's on the change schedule we started last year. So the show is actually Friday, Saturday, not Saturday, Sunday. And that seemed, I think, by general consensus to actually be an improvement. So because that gave people time on Sunday to break down without actually having to, vend at the same time and answer questions. And if you get in Thursday, you have some time on Thursday night to get things set up as well.
Yeah, I like it. Friday's kind of the get professional day, and then Saturday's the bring in the masses and play the show kind of day. I like it. I liked it a lot.
Yeah. And it's the same location as it has been last couple of years, which has worked out pretty good. I haven't heard of anybody being stuck in elevators there.
The fires were all outside of the building, for the record.
Yeah, you don't have to get rescued by the fire department. Don't ask me how I know.
We did have a fire, but it was outside the building. So
anyway, that's of course the main mecca of CoCo users. And the attendance has been going up the last few years. We actually had to upgrade to a different facility. We kind of followed the path of VCF Midwest because they started at Heron Point, where CoCoFest is where when I first started going back, that's where it was. And it was pretty small. And then they upgraded to the new facility. And it's got, more room. We have more exhibitors. We have more attendees. I don't think we'll go quite as fast as VCF Midwest is going, but what the hell, we can try.
More coconuts.
We'll have to add all the Brazilian ones and bring those up too, and dragons and
20,000-30,000 for the next jump. So
a table full of deluxes, and yeah, it'd be awesome. And the last one I have is VCF LATAM 26. And this is the Latin American Vintage Computer Festival. This is the very first one of these. So just like Montreal's the very first one in Canada, they just had the very first one in Australia last month. And there's one in Germany as well, I believe, that's been on for a few years. But this is the first one in Latin America that's actually an official VCF. And unfortunately, this is the exact same weekend CoCoFest is at, which kind of sucks.
Quite
I
the
have to say.
flight. Yeah.
And I don't know, like obviously I don't know how big the CoCo sold in Argentina where this takes place at Bahia Blanca. If I'm pronouncing that correctly. But it's just unfortunate the exact same weekend as CoCo Fest, because this would be something if somebody, another opportunity to coerce someone to come on a holiday and throw in a vintage show during a weekend type thing.
I have to ask, is that an Atom 3? The terminal on top, or does it just look like one?
Yeah, it looks like an Atom 3A to me, or at least a clone, because it's even got the little brightness thing there.
Yeah,
and this whole case will lift up, and you get dip switches over here for your baud
how
rate
did
and stuff.
how did they smuggle that thing into Latin America?
I don't think our was the Wild West like Brazil was. I think that was more uniquely Brazil.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Anyway, I'm showing you through a Google translation. If you don't want to go and type in all that, translate.google.com, or you punch in the website, you can actually steal this link directly from the show notes, and then you can just jump straight there and take a look. Here's a bit of the map here, etc. But yeah, this is another one. Good place to have a holiday. I hope next year they pick a date other than CoCo Fest. Pick it when there's like an Apple show or something. That's fine.
Exactly.
Sorry,
I thought you were going to say a Commodore show.
Well, that too. That just goes without saying, right?
Either one.
I'm kidding.
As far as Curtis is concerned, they're at the same level.
Well, the thing is, like the Apple II had a 609 OS9 level 1 upgrade card, so that's obviously good. And Commodore had the Super Pet, which also was a 609 upgraded OS9 level machine. So I can't fault either of those companies.
Step in the right direction. Well, Steve Wozniak he knew that his system wasn't going to be everything, so he left the ability to expand it.
Yep, and Tandy gave us the multi-pack.
In contrast, we got the multi-pack.
Yep. Mind you, we were cheaper, I guess, than Apple II was.
One slot.
Yeah, or none, like some other machines had.
Yep.
Right.
Hey, that's it for the news this week. A bit longer, mainly because I'm here and I blather on way too much, and also because we were covering PCF Midwest.
It's more interesting that way. So please continue.
And I got to actually check all the links first, so I made sure I didn't duplicate a bunch.
All right, because if you screwed them up, you would have to explain it in person.
Oh, I've done that. There's been a few times where I've actually pasted it twice because I thought I'd cut the one from the other window I was looking at, and I grabbed the previous one.
Okay, I think that was everything on my list.
Yep, everything I had for the news.
Okay.
I don't know if they're live streaming VCF Midwest. I don't know if everybody here on the panel or in the chat knows, but I would love to catch the Stop It's concert at 10:30 Eastern if it is live streamed. That'd be awesome. Oh, I will mention one other thing. Taylor and Amy are also guests on this week's episode of This Week in Retro, which is the show that both of Amigos fame helped co-create with a Brit. Now, the Brit's on leave right now because they just adopted a baby, so he's kind of taking time. He also runs one of the biggest retro museums in England, so he's been kind of taken off from the show. He's got some replacement hosts, but a few of them are regulars on the Amigos Discord, including Dave. He's a great bit of fun. He's mentioned a few things about us on occasion when I sent him some stuff. But Taylor and Amy were guest stars on that for the entire show, for the hour show. And apparently from what somebody told me in private chat here is that they mentioned that our show has helped them, the one that helped them break through when we brought them on CoCo Talk way back. So that was a really nice shout out. I haven't actually watched the whole episode, which I watched the very beginning. But I'm really glad that they still remember us as they became world famous and we just stay here.
Right.
In our niche market.
Yeah.
Right.
We've launched careers.
Yeah.
All right. Ready for the outro?
Yep.
Please.
Roll that beautiful footage.
This concludes another episode of the CoCoNation, the world's leading live interactive talk show featuring the Tandy Color Computer. For all things the CoCoNation, visit us on the web at thecoconation.com. We'd love to hear from you. Send feedback, suggestions, even segments via email to show@thecoconation.com. The CoCoNation show would not exist without the community and its cast and crew. The CoCoNation theme song, copyright 2022, D. Bruce Moore. Mixed, mastered, and produced by D. Bruce Moore. The CoCoNation is over. Join us on the CoCo Discord server. CoCo forever.
Okay. That's it for now, I guess.
Yep.
So
Until
time
next
to
week.
Say goodbye. Okay.
See you all next week, everyone.
Bye,
And don't forget to
everybody.
tune in for the Game On
Bye.
Challenge on Thursday.
On Thursday.
And bring cake.
Oh yeah, we forgot to berate everyone for not showing up. Oh well.
Oh, that's
I'm
right.
not sloopy. I don't do that.